新春到，好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑。说了个江湖义士叫圆梦，他会幻术。
Gather round, one and all, for a wonder like none other. Huh? We have an audience. Behold my mystical talents, passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Criminal spotted ahead.
Me? Apologies. That's all for today. May we meet again. This'll be a breeze.
Case closed.
Maybe we could just talk this over.
咱们是喷乱一头烟，两个人影都看不到边，为什么守株待兔，让你也逃不出 手指间，一个丢下一个
Ooh, look.
过人数无电，一个是左右摇摆轻松。
Give it up, miss! Take a breather, would you? You're not paid enough for this! Just call it a day!
拿住他，可这位轻低头。哎，那个大活人上了哪处？
You ever heard of work-life balance? See ya!
新春到，好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑。说了个江湖义士叫圆梦，他会幻术。
Gather round, one and all, for a wonder like none other. We have an audience. Behold my mystical talents passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Criminal spotted ahead.
Me? Apologies, that's all for today. May we meet again. Chat! This'll be a breeze.
Case closed.
Maybe we could just talk this over.
咱们是春乱一竹烟，两个人影都看不到边，为爱消失殆烂，像你也逃不出远手指间。一个丢一个
Ooh, look.
一个人进无殿，一个是左右摇摆青丝。
Give it up, miss! Take a breather, would you? You're not paid enough for this! Just call it a day!
啊，对，可这位请提供。哎，那个大活人上了哪处？
You ever heard of work-life balance? See ya!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Naraka Bladepoint Pro League. Man, I haven't done that in a while, and it feels so good to be back. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host and caster, Seb. I'm joined by the man himself, Dunkin' Donuts, the Fire Tarka God of EU. We're here with day 2 of BIWEEK 1 Trios. This is going to be a very interesting day today. This is going to be setting the pace for the entire season. We're getting to see these new teams. Everything has been shifted around, from the metas to the rosters, to the coaches, to the organizations. Everything's got a different face. And this is the first impressions that we're getting of lots of these teams. Duncan, it has been so long. How are you doing?
I'm doing amazing, but you know what I gotta quickly shout out, of course, as we do in every single one of these broadcasts, make sure to get your Naraka account linked to your Twitch account so that you can get your hands on these lovely drops that we have every stream, every broadcast, every week. Make sure to get it done. In the top right of your screen, you can go to the little profile picture you have on Twitch and click on the drops and rewards, and make sure that you're progressing those drops, those rewards, so that you don't miss out. You don't want to be missing out. But yeah, as you said it very well. It is lovely to be back. I'm very excited for the upcoming season. It feels, as I literally was just telling you, J-Cup feels like years ago, but it also kind of feels like it was yesterday at the same time. It's a very odd sensation, but I am very, very excited. And yeah, well, we're going to be seeing an entirely new group today, as we've only seen the first 2 groups play. Today, we're going to be seeing a few different teams come in and join us, especially WZOA, these newer names. Although some of those teams definitely have veteran players, it's going to be under a new name. Lots of players have been shifted around, and it's very, very exciting. And I'm sure that all of you at home are excited as well. But Seb, I have a question for you. Who are you most excited for today?
When it comes to trios, I'm really excited to be taking a look into the new 5-2-1 roster that's coming out. These SEA teams, they didn't really show up that much in these previous NBPL seasons. Last season was the first time we kind of integrated SEA teams coming into the NBPL, and it was very obvious that they were struggling to gain the momentum that they really wanted to. And I'm really interested to see if they've got a different approach this year. We've definitely seen in solos, shout out to Frostivus, absolutely killing it in the solos game, representing BBE right now. So we could see some really cool stuff coming out from 5-2-1. The new teams are always ones to keep an eye on. Like you said, WZ, we've got SR, which is a new team. They do have players who've played in the NBPL before. Some of these players are brand new to the league, so it's a really cool mix to see the synergies really evolve around each other. A team in particular that I really enjoyed watching was WBG. On the first days of Trios, they had a phenomenal performance, as well as SS1. They had a decent performance. We did have some technical issues, and the game had to get reset, but SS1 was on a 17 kill game before second Yang. They were doing absolutely amazing. I guess the mental kind of took a hit there, and they weren't able to recover from that. But look at that. WBG on top with 79.8 points already. GG having a phenomenal day as well. And SR, one of the newer teams on the board, putting up 66.8 points. It's also nice to see DRG back in the top. They were sitting kind of middle, lower end of the scale in trios back last season, but this season they've got a little bit of a different vibe going for them. I hope it's going to work out for them, because they are carrying a lot of momentum, and it'll be really nice to see if they're going to be able to carry that over and continue it for the rest of the season.
Absolutely. And it's funny that you mentioned both WBG and 5-2-1, because both of these teams, in fact, have new rosters. A player from, Yeran from Bowder, Jing from JDG, and Leo from TE all moved over to WBG. So this is an entirely new WBG roster, and it looks as though it's certainly working for them. And on top of that, you said 521. 521 also had players from BBE's previous roster at J-Cup move over to 521. So lots of changes, as I mentioned before, and it's certainly been fruitful for them. But here we are taking a look at the days, at the lobbies, the games that we're going to be privileged to watch today. We have triple daytime maps to start us off, so that means no fireflies to start off, and then the second half of the day it gets a little oogly and we get those bugs, the protein, the fireflies coming through with that increased ult uptime. If you don't know what I mean when I say a firefly, there's those little green little things on the map that you can pick up when it's nighttime, and it gives you about 50% of your ultimate's charge. But look at this, we're already diving in, taking a look at some stats, taking a look at GG, getting ready to lock in and potentially get busy today. They did do pretty well. They did come in top 6 on the previous day, so they're not, they're not behind per se, but they're certainly going to want to have knock it out of the park today, I would imagine. On the other hand, though, unfortunately, Alliance and SS1, even though they did have that massive game 1 that got restarted, as you said, the mental took a bit of a hit. They're still sitting in that bottom 6 bracket, so they're going to want to pop off. They're going to want to sort of scale up into that top 6 so that they can secure their qualification into that bi-weekly final that will be taking place next Sunday. And yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see, because I also want to wait and see what kind of compositions we're going to be seeing here, Seb. I'm sure you were there watching the other day. What goofiness were we witness to? I saw some interesting comps. I mean, the one big takeaway was play Syra, but other than that, there was some interesting things going on. Yeah,
Syra has definitely been one of the most dominating forces in the entire trios of the NBPL right now. Solos, Syra is coming out a lot too. It is just a force to be reckoned with when you're playing against a Syra who knows what they're doing. We saw it earlier today. Shout out the EU scrims. The way that these players have honed their skills on this specific hero, doing things that a regular player wouldn't even dream of being able to do. They are just so precise with their stuns, with the dazzles, and you get caught with one of those dazzles, it's almost a guarantee that you're going to be going down. And I'm loving these new comps. And Duncan, one thing we do have to talk about with these new comps are the names. We've got some ideas for these comp names that I have been thoroughly enjoying, and I'm hoping that we could get some more insight into some of these comp names. We've got the Monk Kylan comp. We're thinking calling it a smash or dash and grab. The new blind date comp with Matari is actually blind date because Matari's invisible. And then we've got.
But then, well, you couldn't really call it date, could you? Because there's no sort of seducing nature stemming from Tessa. So
fair enough. Enough.
I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I do agree with you, though. It'd be interesting to come up with some new names.
Oh yeah, it's always great to see what the community as well comes up with some new names. Shout out Ish for coming up with the smash and grab, and then we had the laser siphon, I believe it was, that we heard for the new Syra comps. But there's so many compositions that Syra revolves around in this game now that it's hard to pick one name for one comp. And as the season progresses, I bet we'll be figuring stuff out more and more. But as we're starting it off now, this is really setting the pace for what we're going to be seeing throughout the entire season. And I'm just so excited to be able to bear witness to this, like these new compositions, especially this one here. That's Syra Zai comp. I am absolutely in love with that composition. The refreshes from the Meteor when you have the Zai F going off of the ultimate, and then the Matari ult refresh, just textbook play when these players are able to execute correctly. And I didn't realize how much healing Syra was actually giving to you. I didn't realize how valuable she was when it came to these team comps. I thought she was more of a suppress and a damage hero, but watching players escape from 1 HP ducking and dodging, tap dodge, rolling their way out of these situations where they're almost certain to die, getting back to their Syra, and their Syra able to bring them to full health and completely turn a fight around. It's just phenomenal gameplay to watch.
I have to say, you say you're in love with it. I say I feel rather differently, considering that I've had to play against it for so long, and even as a regular comp, but playing against it as Taka is not very fun. So you can probably imagine. But perhaps, you know, a little hint that might be changing in the upcoming season, as we did finally hear about the Taka rework. Big hype. I'm both extremely excited and extremely scared as to what might happen to my fire dog, but we'll have to wait and see. That is for another day. But for today, as you said, yes, the Syra is very, very prevalent, and in that composition, the healing that she gets, that she gives to the team, as well as the healing combined from the Matari ultimate, you know, it can be extremely impactful. You know, this comp just works so unbelievably well together. And you've seen it in your solo, in your trio queues. I'm sure you know all about it. But I'm interested to see what else might be coming out, because the other day we saw the different variations of Kylin. You know, Kylin, now having received a little bit of a buff, he's making his way back in. He's got his foot in the door. He's slowly crawling back into the trios meta. You know, a little bit even in the solos meta. Yesterday we saw a little bit of Kylin get played, not very much. Originally we thought that we weren't going to see him at all, but for trios we're definitely starting to see him a lot more. But we're not sure, it seems, where he fits best, because of course Hardy has essentially just been, you know, fully removed from the game at the moment.
Hardy's wings have been
since
clipped.
Yes, indeed, he flew too close to the sun. And good riddance, you know, I'm not gonna lie, that character has been dominant for a very long time. So
Should have just
a lot of
cubed
people
out,
share
you
this
know?
opinion. Yeah, exactly. Cube, EXD. I'm out of there, buddy. Nah, he's gone. He's out of there now. So we'll have to wait and see what these teams will want to combine with the Kylin. You know, the zipping still is a prevalent pick. You know, she did receive those buffs, but I'm not too sure. There's still a lot of experimentation to be done, as you said. You know, as the season moves on, we'll have to see where the meta ends up.
Yeah, well, this is one of the first times, I think, in all of Naraka history that we're actually playing on the live patch. So what you're seeing here, the stats, all of the different balances that have been made to the game, all of that, you can go launch Naraka right now and be playing the exact same thing that the pros are. Usually they're a couple patches behind just for competitive integrity. Because the game is changing so much, they don't want to have to make these players adjust and lose points because of this frequent updates. But we're on live patch now, so it gives these players a lot more room to mess with certain things and play around with all of these different ideas that they might not have had before.
Absolutely. Another team that I forgot to talk about, but how could I possibly forget? OUG is going to be playing today, and Baby You, formerly known as You, who'd been playing for Bowder in the previous season, has moved back to OUG, as I believe he was originally on OUG. The King, having it renamed and moved over to, I believe it was FPX, has now moved away. So I'm also very interested to see how OUG is going to be performing in their new and improved state. Improved was yet to be seen, but I am certainly excited. But here we are, the character picks coming up, and are we surprised, Sam? Two Syras off the bat.
It's gonna be Syras for the first round selection all day long. It's the most coveted pick in trios right now, and you're not want to give up that position. There we go, 4 Syras across the board. We've got three different comps coming out to play. We've got the Siphon with the Temi, we've got the Siphon with the Karumi, and then we've got the Syra comp with the Zai and the Tari. This is a comp that has been dominating quite a bit. SS1 is going to be going for that tried and true blind comp, and then we're going to ice pick Cannonball coming through from OUG here right off the bat with a more unorthodox comp. I'm really interested to see how they're going to integrate that into the gameplay here.
Good old Cookie being the friendly guy that he is. He is actually, the thing is, sometimes when you're at home watching stuff, you don't know whether or not people are just sort of putting on an act. Nah, this guy is just a genuinely nice and friendly dude. I got to chat with him a couple times, going down in the elevator in the hotel, you know, in China. I walk in my suit, we were ready for the cast that day. He's like, oh wow, he's just complimenting my suit. He's like, oh, it looks very cool. I was like, oh, thanks buddy, you look good too. You ready? We had a little chat. He's a lovely guy. He really is a very friendly dude. I'm excited to see what he can do today as well, because WZ, a new brand, a new org is coming in, and Cookie is on that team. But yeah, I want to touch back on the Yoto Feria Justina? Excuse me, what was that? We're gonna have to wait and see whether or not this comp actually can manage to compete, but hey, who knows? And who knows if perhaps that is V2 Justina. As I have said and will continue to say, V2 Justina is goated and certainly has a place in the trios meta, in my opinion. And then also the third round selection that we had, we saw a lot of Kylin, and it looks as though, Seb, that perhaps the consensus has been reached, because Kylin, Monk, Karumi, or Zipping seems to be the preferred pick.
Yeah, well, we saw a little bit of the Kylin with Zai in some of these earlier games, but it looks like they have transitioned. We are going to be seeing Bauda is running a hottie. I didn't even notice that, but one interesting thing, he's running F1.
Oh my goodness.
The non-combo break.
I saw this the other day.
Combo
I saw this.
The team tried it on day number 1, and it didn't really turn out too great for them, but the idea is there. There's all of these concepts these players are starting to do. Like we saw F1 Takeda, or V1 Takeda in some of the games, which was
I don't know about
very
that
interesting
one.
to see.
I don't know about that one. It's like budget Takeda ult. It feels like, because V3, for those of you who don't know, it actually scales up depending on your and your teammates' weapons. You know, the grade of your weapons as a team, and it scales up. It has the base state, it then has the epic state, and then the golden state. Obviously, you want to be at the golden state because it gives you the massive hitbox, the slight pullback at the end of the animation, and it gives you 4 of them as well. So it's definitely extremely good, but you don't always have the opportunity to fully scale up and get full value out of this ultimate. So perhaps that's why these teams have been opting to go for V1, you know, limit test a little bit and see if they can get away with using it, as they wouldn't have to scale up so heavily to truly get all that much value.
Taking things off here, ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 1. I'm your host and caster Seb, joined alongside Dunkin' Donuts. Is going to be Bauda right off the rip here. We are going to be able to see OA starting a fight off against OUG. Right off the rip, Baby U with a huge parry 2-tick, going to take so much damage. Now, 2-tick trying to scale away, gonna be running right into Baby U. Rest of the team has kept some distance. Not really too sure exactly where Baby U wants to go with this. He needs to find his teammates if he wants to get any sort of momentum going into this game. But 2-tick looks like they're just gonna opt to keep the chase going, hitting that bell. They know where Baby U is. They've caught him out. 3v1 situation. This is not looking too good for Baby U. And you see the F coming out from 2-tick here. Here we go, and there it is. Baby U getting eliminated very quickly by the hands of OA.
Indeed, that is not the start that you would hope for on your debut day back in OUG in Trios NBPL, but it is only the very first game. There is still plenty more Naraka to be played. We're like 10 seconds in. Calm down, everyone. Calm down. It's okay. But yeah, so far though, other than what we just saw, there's not been too much action. We do see ASE go down as they are currently in soul form, as we can tell from the leaderboard on the left-hand side of the screen. Bauda as well, having lost 2 members. The Hardy, Feria, Matari composition, which is quite surprising. I feel like they did it despite the fact that I said that Hardy was gone forever. But no, he's back. He's back in action. And we did see him the other day, as you said, with the F1. Is rather a peculiar choice, as it just, the combo break has so much value integrated into it. Not only is it a combo break, but it gives you that mobility. It gives you the ability to reset at times and reposition, which can be extremely helpful in the trios game mode. Well, here we are. We've got WZ going up against SS1. Water going pretty low, able to heal up a little bit of that shield with the F on the Wuchen Cookie, looking to come in for the flank now, consolidating onto that one player, barely living. Water, will he survive? He's trying his best to disengage, but no, the quick crossbow swap gonna be able to finish him off. The crossbow out of nowhere. Cookie now going over to his teammate to try and help him out. Zwan now getting caught in that 2 versus 1 situation, an unwinnable situation, unfortunately for them. A WZ picking up 3 kills off the bat. Definitely starting off strong. It's exactly what you want as this composition. If you can get that momentum going, you're going to be able to keep it going through that mid game and potentially snowball the entire lobby.
One thing that I thought SS1 did really well there, after we saw the parry come out, the use of the Tessa F1 to be able to prevent that final bit of damage, he did end up getting eliminated seconds later. But it was still a very great effort. You love to see those kinds of plays coming through. We do see always Meng does have that Volpine essence, which is the red soul jade you can get from, you gather these coins around the map up on the top area. I believe it's Arcadia. And you drop them in the middle by this rock down on the bottom on the middle side, and it will give you a red soul jade. It is basically like Immortal Defiance. If you go below 1 health, if you were to get eliminated, you instantly go back up to almost 75% HP and you knock everybody back away from you. It is a very, very strong jade to have, especially when these fights can come down to the wire so closely. Something that you really do want to look out for, because you could be in a fight, you think, oh, it's a 1v1, this person's on 1 HP, you get them down, you throw an all-out attack, and all of a sudden, boom, they have 75% of their HP back. You're on the back foot. You have to quickly think and react, and it's never a good story for the one who fights the Volpine.
Absolutely. The Volpine, as you said, is an extremely useful soul jade to get your hands on, but it can be contested rather heavily, as, you know, a lot of people want it. You know, it's not, everybody knows about it, everyone knows how to get it. You want to be getting your hands on it. But then again, you know, you can have other priorities. We've seen that certain teams at times opt to go for this and opt to prioritize the Volpine essence, but it's not every team. Other teams, they have different plans. Sometimes they want to try and just get as many kills as they can off drop. Sometimes, you know, the red longsword is on people's minds, but it unfortunately doesn't really happen very often. The red longsword, that you have to get a certain number of eliminations within a certain area in the middle of the map. You know, it's pretty hard to actually do. It's in pro play, it's very uncommon for it to ever happen. Do you remember a time where it's actually happened? Because I don't think I can. Personally, I
don't know, especially in Immortal War, the amount is significantly higher than the amount that you have to do it in just regular ranked mode. Because I know ranked mode solos, it's 2 kills to get it. Ranked mode trios, it's 6 kills.
No, it's 3. It's 3 for solos.
3 for solos? Okay, I thought it was.
Yeah, it's 3 for solo rank. I believe it might. I think it's just it scales depending on the game mode. It scales depending on the game mode. So I think you have to get like 6. It's either 6 or 9 eliminations as a team in Imperium.
I see. Okay. And it does make it a lot more difficult than going on a treasure hunt, mind you. If you're looking for coins and you're trying to find all of the correct coins, they're all in predetermined locations that shift game to game, but they're all basically in the same spots. So it is a lot simpler to do that and go for that strategy than it is to try and make the play for the red longsword. But if you do get it, the heal that you would be able to get off of it, if we ever saw that in a trios game, unbelievable.
The Siphon is definitely impactful, absolutely. It doesn't do a crazy amount of damage in comparison to the legendary longsword, because obviously it's legendary and then extreme. The actual damage scaling isn't as big as if you were to go from epic to legendary. So purple to gold is bigger in terms of a damage increase than gold to red. But the added Siphon factor, the added sort of lifesteal that you gain from it is certainly impactful, absolutely. We'll have to see. Maybe one day we will get to witness that. But for the moment, we are getting to witness all of these teams trying to set up and prepare themselves to go into the realm of Yang. We have GG doing a little bit of shopping just before they head in. We do have this, the V3 Takeda, as I mentioned earlier, the scaling ultimate. As you could see right there, he's not been able to level up, to scale up that ultimate to the epic state. He's still on that base state of the V3. As you can see, you know, this might be the reason why V1 has been tried out by a couple of these players, a couple of these teams, as it's not always easy to scale up where you have a full lobby of absolute fiends, absolute greats, veterans, you know, scouting. They know the loot parts, they know the hunting parts. You're not always going to be able to get it. And oh my goodness, one other thing you're not always going to be able to get is get into the realm of Yang. The grief comes through. OA now engaging onto TE. We do see Youth go down to ridiculously low HP, but the heals coming in from the zipping, absolutely enormous, keeping him topped up. He was able to pop that ultimate. We're going to grab as well. Meng in the hands of the monk, about to get slammed. Goodbye, sir. OA, PP, and Tutik now running for the hills as they recognize they are at an insurpassable disadvantage in this situation. But we're heading over into the realm of Yang, Seb, and look what we've got here. We've got the Yoto composition. Let's see. Do you think it wins this? Do you think it does well?
Against a team like Alliance, right now Alliance hasn't really shown too much momentum in these past couple of days, so I believe that OUG might have the power to be able to do this, and it looks like they are succeeding right now. Shinyu trying to make the play onto NY7 with the Yoto ultimate. Revenge gonna be scaling with the dual blades on the side, able to get a couple of shots, and Shinyu switching over to that repeating crossbow. Baby, you now able to take out Revenge. Huge parry coming out, but good recovery from NY7 on that ultimate, getting that gold focus, knocking these players back, so they are not able to come away with the punish. SS now trying to make something happen. Jumping R&B is going to be able to come through. Shinyu picking up an elimination, and OUG's SS with the bow shot coming for the next elimination.
Indeed, an OUG, Baby U, Jinyu, and SS making this look. It was close for a second there, but they played the patient game. Jinyu, as we could see, had held his ultimate until the last few moments of the fight. They'd held out. The trigger discipline, not dumping all of their important cooldowns at once. As a little piece of advice, if you're playing trios, you never want to be triple ulting, or at least not. It's very rare that you want to be doing this sort of thing, and they take advantage of that. The Yoto ultimate coming through and doing actually pretty well against this team composition. But we're heading on over to 5-2-1 and JL scrapping it out. Pampy getting knocked up by that focus slide. Wan Feng with this purple greatsword and focus slide is an absolute menace. But we do have the Syra beam off the microwave, quickly cut short by the Forbidden Idol, the 3-ban zone, if you will, coming through and canceling out these ultimates. Both of these teams, I believe, do have that red buff. So we aren't going to be seeing teams eliminated, but we will be seeing another team able to scale up potentially and get their hands on a few more of these eliminations. The Tumult ultimate going down on the edge, just outside of the zone, but I've been going dangerously low. Who's coming out on top here, Seb? Because it could go either way.
Looking like 5-2-1 doing a very good job against JL. They won their Realm of Yang, coming out strong, able to follow up. What a beautiful follow-up from the dual halberds of Ivan to be able to come through and finish that elimination. Pampy with his spear putting in absolute numbers, getting that Dragon's Rush into the Nezha's Might, and they're right back on the offensive again. Ultimates are getting popped. We're going to see DRG coming into the mix now, trying to see if they can hit a third party, but it looks like 5-2-1 standing strong. Pampy starting to go down a little bit. We're going to see the Cyril coming into play. Kakashi needing to hit the ult here as fast as possible. Was in a dangerous situation. If they get the grab on Pampy, they get the grab here, this is going to be difficult for them. They do have that Vermilion's bird buff, so it's not going to be the end of 5-2-1. It was actually a very good Vermilion. Oh my goodness, what a beautiful grab coming through. There you have it. DRG picking themselves up a nice couple of kills. What a beautiful play.
Very, very nice third party there coming in at the opportune moment. As you may or may not have realized, chat, the Forbidden Idol is an enormous dome that's very, very telegraphed on the map when you activate it. And this right here, DRG must have been watching and looking, scouting, trying to find a fight to potentially come into. And this dome is essentially a dinner bell. They come in at the opportune moment and take full advantage of the situation. Very nice indeed. But speaking of situations, Alliance might be in a bit of a difficult one. NY7 pretty low on effective health. Now forced to use that ultimate. OUG diving in. The Justina ultimate coming out. The focus attack just barely going over his head due to the terrain. NY7 desperately trying to disengage, but not able to do so. And he's no longer going to be resable either, as he had Yang depletion, having gone down in the realm of Yang. If you get taken down, if you are killed, you are not resable. Unless you manage to find yourselves a Soul Bloom to cleanse this debuff, to cleanse that Yang depletion. Baby, you, along with the rest of OUG, coming in and dominating with this rather interesting composition that we have not seen before. But heading on over, speaking of dominating, oh my goodness, CJS getting tossed around. OA just absolutely obliterating him. And I have to say, I noticed this the other day in the previous Trios day. Playing Takeda in this meta does not look very fun, no. Considering all the Syras and Zais just making your life miserable. It becomes very hard to even move and actually get any value out of your ultimate.
And here we go, Alliance, first team to be completely eliminated, and it looks like WZ's Cookie is going to get themselves eliminated as well, and that's going to be it for GG. Wow, players are dropping like flies right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is starting to take off. We've got the second Yang ready to go. These players are starting to enter that second realm of Yang. Typically don't see as many people going in. There is 2 less teams capable of entering. So sometimes we only see one fight. Oftentimes we do see the second fight happen, but it really depends on how the lobby has played out so far. And right now we're going to see 5-2-1 not opting to go for the second realm of Yang. They won their first one, not going to take the chance on the second one. They're just going to be going for this Spirit Well, collecting that guaranteed buff that you get from there, getting a few extra goodies and items to keep them scaling into this game and competing with the rest of their groups. And it looks like we're going to see JL versus TE and ASE versus OUG. Xiaonan on the top, Monk comp versus the Syra Siphon comp, as we are going to be seeing Kylan zipping Monk. Monk going to go up right away. We're going to see the ultimate getting popped as JL trying to hold close to the bottom. We're seeing the peel come out by Xiaonan, trying to go for these grabs, seeing if he can pull the Syra out of mid-air. He gets the Takeda, able to deal a lot of damage from these range shots, punches him out, trying to get that follow-up from the Kylan, almost gets the regrab there, unable to come away with the regrab. And it looks like the player is going to be able to get himself a bit of a reset. Xiaonan repositioning himself to assist his team. And look at that, the zipping ultimate just healing so much. Xiaonan needs to get a pot off before he re-engages into this fight. He does have full shield. We're going to see the Kylan ult try and make something happen as well. But now full offensive from JL. Takeda ultimate online. We don't see any more ultimates from these players other than the Takeda one, as XX1UO trying to make something happen. F1 gonna be popped, trying to see if they can get a grab, flip over. We're gonna see Peak going down really quickly. Youth gonna get hit. The follow-up from the Temi-Wisp, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely annihilated. JL coming victorious in their second realm Yang.
Indeed, and with this Syra Takeda to Mulk composition, no less. So with the Monk composition, right? So with this comp, we see the zipping come into play as opposed to the Karumi. Karumi is typically paired off with the Tianhai with the Monk, but we also know that zipping is typically a bit of a better pick partnered with the Kylin. So it's a bit of, it's a bit like up in the air as to which one is the better choice. And the reason why zipping is slightly better with Kylin, as Kylin, he wants to dash around. Actually, I'll touch back on this topic in a moment and go through what I was referring to as we're taking a look at the replay from the previous run of Yang. Oh my goodness, Jin Yu with the F2 on the Yoto Hime, able to absolutely mince through ASE Mist. The uppercut into the 2-1-1 with the R&B into that jumping vertical, finishing him off, not letting him move. And here we are, Jin Yu now just kiting behind this pillar. ASE Han trying to get something going, trying to find himself a grab, but just not being able to do so as the pillars are obscuring that line of sight. The ultimate coming through from the Yoto. Jin Yu just absolutely obliterating them. ASE just not able to do anything right now. And hey, this composition is looking pretty strong, looking pretty optimal, I may say so. As I don't know, it's done pretty well so far. We're sitting on 6 eliminations. It's not too crazy, they're not 10 plus yet, but it definitely looks pretty strong, and I can imagine it doing relatively well in endgame as well if they manage to make it, as Yoto Hime in those end circles where there's not very much space to move is pretty oppressive in those areas. But oh, we got the Monk up coming through. Xiaonan and Han, who's taking this one, Seb? The boxing match has begun.
Stomp gonna come out. The Monk on Monk violence. We love to see it here. They're gonna be kiting for their team, trying to make sure the other Monk is not able to grab. Han is gonna be able to get himself a grab though. Not sure if he's going to be able to throw it down the slam, but Miss doing a very good job at creating at least a little bit of follow-up damage as Xiaonan trying to make another play for the grab. Both Monk ults are going to go down now. Miss just absolutely putting in so much work on the Kylin ultimate here. We're going to see them trying to take out Youth. Youth getting back into the corner, unable to move. The jump LMB going to come out. Youth trying to scale rush away, able to bring it back around. I believe the zipping ultimate's helping them, and ASE Mist is going to go down really quickly here. This is unfortunate to see happen. They are fighting in the zone, however, so this is a pretty risky fight. Xiaonan going to get brought extremely low, needs to fight for his life. Oh my goodness, what a clutch heal coming out from his team. And now Xiao Wen, huge parry from Xiaonan, and TE are going to take it.
They are indeed. What a clutch fight coming through there. Very unfortunate for ASE that Kylin just getting a little bit too aggressive, not stopping to get that reset down to heal himself up in the zone. It's extremely unfortunate, really not able to recognize that he's going to get taken down. If he'd healed just a moment earlier, he would have been able to survive, but unfortunately not. And here, Xiaonan getting jumped by OUG, the freeze coming through from the Justina, making them making it very hard to make their way out of the zone. And it looks as though Youth is going to be in a similar position. He is not going to be able to get out of there in time, having to go deeper into the zone. Got a chance of escaping the wrath of OUG here. Now TE's peak going to be left on his lonesome, and I believe he may have a bounty on his head, so he's going to have to get those running shoes on if he has any hope of actually disengaging here. He is playing zipping, and there is quite a lot of terrain, quite a lot of buildings to move with using those scale rushes. Oh, and the parry as well. If that had been Sap, he would have been cooking. He would have been potentially out of there, but I don't think he's going to be able to get out of here scot-free, as there are quite a few teams surrounding him. 5-1 OUG all in the vicinity. We'll have to wait and see if he does indeed survive. But oh my word! JL absolutely exploded by the Moonbane.
Oh, Tactical Nuke has a new name. We usually called it for the Viper ultimates, but that was a blast Oh my goodness. Just a triple hit.
Oh, wait a minute.
Decimating all of these players here. Everybody's getting hit by this Bane. Nobody wanting to give up the position of the Spirit Well here as SS1's Water gonna get a, oh my goodness, almost gets eliminated by the Bane. These players need to get out of there fast. This is a super dangerous game that they're playing, as we are going to see Shinyu popping that ultimate to try and see if they're able to secure, holding off the res on to Baby Blue. TUTIC trying to go down. This Bane, MVP for the Bane. More eliminations than the lobby has already. What a play. It's just, you never see that stuff happening in pro play. These players are usually very good at dodging it, but sometimes the Banes just hit different, and we saw it happen there. Making some mistakes, Jail completely eliminated because of that, and OUG down 2 members.
That is, that's not what you want to see, but hey, 5-2-1, able to take advantage of this situation. Perhaps they're looking pretty scaled up as well with this Takeda V3 composition, the Karumi Syra. They're looking pretty strong at the moment, but so are DRG, able to come in and fully secure this Spirit Well and getting their hands on the Draco Storm buff, the buff to fear. All three of them with golden armors. DRG looking very, very favored going into this endgame to potentially take the cake, as they're pretty scaled up, and these characters, the monk, the Kylan, do extremely well with these scaling factors. If you may or may not know, the Tianhai, not only his ultimates, health and damage scales. You know, the damage scales based off the weapon, and the health scales based off of the armor that you have, but also the soul jades. So if you manage to get your hands on a whole bunch of health soul jades and damage reduction, you're going to be getting those stats in the ultimate. And then the Kylan, of course, with the extra health, able to get more slashes out. With the increased weapon damage from the higher rarity weapon, able to get more damage in that ultimate. It is going to be huge for them going into these later moments of the game. But you know what else is huge? That Vulpine Essence, that red Soul Jade onto OA's TUTIC is going to be able to get that life reset if he takes fatal damage. And I was about to say, are we going to be waiting a little bit longer before kicking things off, before actually getting a little bit of a skirmish going? But no, it looks as though this Feria has been forced into the ultimate. Bowder's Jing getting peppered down from afar by all of these ranged projectiles. They do manage to make a way and disengage, at least for the moment, but they are in a vulnerable state now, and they need to watch out and make sure that they aren't cornered, they aren't put in that fatal position that they could very well be forced into. TE looking for an engagement onto Jinyu. Jinyu getting a beautiful parry, icing off a little bit of this pressure. But oh, wait a minute! Did you see that? The F1 and then over! Yoink! Get over here, son. Where you going?
Say, come here, boy! And just absolutely annihilated
my goodness.
him. We only needed to see it once. It was the perfect play. Zem, thank you so much for showing us exactly why you're running F1, being able to yoink away these third-party kills from these other teams. And it looks like DRG going for this Spirit Well again. Kakashi almost able to completely capture this by himself. We're going to see the Kylan ult getting popped for the re-ult here as Kakashi picks up the buff. As you do know, if you pick up a Spirit Well, you get a buff and your ultimate replenishes. So the strategies that these players have inputted is to ult right before they capture the buff, and they get 2 ultimates back to back if they so please. And on the back of those ultimates, they were able to pick up 2 eliminations thanks to the ult of Don Ching. With that beautiful Kylan ult coming through, he does have another one in his back pocket if he needs. TUTIC going to pick up a kill on to TE's peak. We're going to see DRG down on the bottom side. They are performing phenomenally in this game here. It looks like ZZT going to try and walk away. He gets the elimination on to ZZT from downtown with the cannon shot. Kakashi was the last person to damage him, and he wasn't able to get a heal off before jumping into that storm. Trying to deny some points, but was unsuccessful. SS1 still in the mix here. They had a rough start to the game, but they do have a decent enough scale for this end zone. We do have 2 ultimates online for them. They are missing the Tessa ult, but they're going to be able to make that work, get some range back by sending out these range shots. You see the wind walls, or the Wu Chen walls coming up from his swords to block those range projectiles. Here you go. 5, 2, 1, still in the mix as well. 8 eliminations on the board for them, which is a very good start. This is their first game of this season's NBPL, and they're doing a great job of holding it down for the SEA region. OA on the backside as well. Everybody just sort of holding to their corners, sending these range shots out, waiting for that circle to collapse. We've got 2 minutes and 50 seconds left and counting into this game, and a winner will be decided after that. And it looks like DRG has a really good shot to win it. 5-2-1 still could come back. TE is looking a little rough for them. They've only got 2 players on the roster right now and only 3 eliminations on the board. It'd be very difficult for them to come away with an MVP, but anything is possible. SS1 down on the bottom side here, trying to make something happen. No Wu Chen ult available. I believe they have the port set up somewhere for them to TP to in a case of crisis. They are getting hammered down on pretty hard. We are going to see that Viper ultimate come out. Nobody really going to get hit by that, but they bring it in. He used the ninja move. Oh my goodness, the blind date dropping in, swooping, taking out the members of DRG. SS1 is going to go down. OA picking up the majority of the kills. 2-tick. Oh my goodness.
What an explosive result from this seemingly defensive move at the beginning, but no, we're turning the tables, teleporting right over, right next to you. They were not expecting it. We've seen this happen before, but oh my goodness, it doesn't stop. Kakaishi with the Monk ultimate, the Tianhai coming through with those double grabs, the slam down, able to pick up a couple more kills. OA now diving in and trying to take advantage of this weakened state. The Monk does not have ultimate anymore. Take him down. The Wu Chen still alive. The F going out. He's trying to stay in the air, but 2-tick, he's not slowing down. He's pulling the trigger. The Zai ultimate coming through, shredding through these players. The flaming blender absolutely decimating Youth's health bar. He's trying to kite away. He's trying to make something happen. He's fending him off, but if only for a moment. Wait a minute. The health, the healing coming through. Will he be able to clutch this up? It's not looking too good. The HP is still there. 2-tick. If you remember, he did have that Vulpine essence. He's got that safety net coming through, but will it be enough? SS1 Water dropping down from the sky with that dagger, trying to attack this vulnerable target. The Zaya with no ultimate. The Syra in the air. OA doing work with this beam. The microwave coming through. It looks as though it might be over, and OA are going to be able to take that first place finish, but will they secure the MVP, Seb? Because that was a lot that just happened. They are indeed. OA on their debut are going to be able to take that MVP. Game number 1, Trios Day 2. Oh my goodness, what a banger to start it off with.
With 2 minutes left, OA has 7 kills. They pick up 2 kills off of the back of the ultimate, the Viper ultimate from SS1. They're able to get 1 member of DRG. They get 1 member of TE, or I believe maybe SS1. OA came through, executed every single other player and focused everyone down. DRG looked like they were coming out on top. OA was still holding on while DRG is losing 1 player, losing 2 players. They're capitalizing on these eliminations while everybody else is distracted elsewhere. And they're able to bring from 7 eliminations, not even close to contention for that MVP. We're not talking about them too much. We see DRG with the 14 eliminations on the top. They come through, wipe out the entire rest of the lobby to tie their kills up with DRG, I believe, and get the multiplier and the MVP.
Absolutely enormous from OA. Very nice to see indeed.
It was a beautiful Syra ult coming near the end there, holding it to the last second. I love how skilled these players are at not ulting too early. They held it to the very, very end and used it to absolutely decimate the remaining 2 players of SS1. It was a wrap for them. As soon as they see the Syra in the sky and 2 players on the ground fighting them, it's a 4v2 scenario. It's not really fair.
No, in those numbers disadvantages, it is, you know, it's sometimes winnable in ranked games and stuff, but in this kind of environment, it is not easy. You know, that numbers disadvantage is not easy to surpass. You're in for a bad time if the enemy team doesn't make those mistakes, because it typically does come down to the team with numbers advantage to make some mistakes for the other team to even have a chance, as the protocols, the decision making, the presence of mind to know when to light attack, when to throw those blues, when to parry, just leaves you with no options. But here we are, back at it again. You know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. Answer for treasures. If you want to get your hands on a spring split random gift box, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. And the question is, how many teams chose Matari in game number 1? Was it A, 2, B, 3, C, 4, or D, 5? Make sure to get your answer in the chat, and one lucky winner will be messaged and added in the chat so that you can claim your rewards. Don't be the guy who goes to get a snack and misses out on that prize. But back to Naraka, back to that game. What a banger! What an explosive start to the day, and it's not even Fireflies either. It's a good sign for the rest of the games today, don't you think?
It's a good sign for the whole rest of the season. If we can expect this energy on day 1, imagine when we get to a bi-weekly finals, to a grand finals, to the J-Cup stage. It's only up from here. This is the starting point. We're setting the bar extremely high, and I know that they're just never going to cease to amaze us. They get 1 more kill than DRG here. 15 eliminations OA is able to collect with 18 kill points. The multiplier is going to do a huge help for them, and the 4 ranking points with a game score of 22 even for their first game in the NBPL this season. What a beautiful way to start this off. DRG with the 15.5 still had a phenomenal game. It did end up going out relatively early into that final circle. We thought we'd see them go a little bit further. Monk ult had to de-ult, but we saw some beautiful double grabs near the end. They just ended up getting separated from each other, and 5-2-1. You know, new roster, new year. I was excited to see how they were going to perform. 3rd place for game number 1. I'm extremely happy with that. Something that I was, you know, a little bit saddened by last season was the underperformance of these SEA teams. It just felt like, oh, all these CN teams are so dominant. They're incredibly good at the game that nobody's going to be even able to come close to catching up to them. And 5-2-1 has just proven us that, hey, SEA came to play too.
Absolutely, and their J-Cup performance as well certainly, you know, potentially, you know, give us a hint as to what may be to come. Because in J-Cup, in those finals, it was close. SEA came in hugely, did extremely well, and we got to match point even, but unfortunately, they didn't manage to clutch it up. Wolves taking J-Cup trios finals. If you don't remember. I predicted it, Wolves. XD, but no, it's a different roster now. But regardless, we are here in 2025 NBPL, and taking a look at this scoreboard, WBG still sitting atop the mountain with 79.8, but DRG will be able to catch up to them. I'd be surprised if they broke WBG's record for 79.8. That is a massive day. But it is certainly possible if they continue along this path, and we'll have to wait and see. GG, unfortunately, only with 1 not able to get the ball rolling this game. It is what it is. It happens. You know, we're just gonna get warmed up. Gotta get re-engaged for the upcoming games. SR, of course, is not playing today. ASE and Bowder, unfortunately, not able to get the ball rolling either. But I'm sure that will change in the upcoming series. And now taking a look at these highlights sponsored by China Unicom. We're taking a look at GG, Speak of the Devil, coming in, picking up the one kill that they did manage to get in that game, the Syra beam coming through, and then this beautiful third party from DRG that really started snowballing their performance and their dominance in this lobby.
DRG had they had a great early game, they had a very consistent mid game, and the end game almost executed to perfection. The huge stun from SS1, the Wu-Chen port into a stun. I've never thought of using the Wu-Chen port as an offensive maneuver before, but the way that they executed that was so perfect. I absolutely loved it, and we're gonna get to see here both players of JL going down. XX is gonna end up getting taken out by a cannon shot. I hope we get to see the hottie as well. Kashi, look at this, the double grab coming through here, trying to pick up these players, just picks up the 5-2-1 players and absolutely decimates them. 2 eliminations there, and the Tessa Charm coming in, and that was sort of the end of them as OA started to clean up the rest of the lobby and ended up taking it. 15 eliminations on the board. What a phenomenal game for OA. We're going to get to see the MVP board in just a second. And wow, you know, we didn't get to see a Yodo comp in that final circle, but it was really cool to see them fighting in the realm of Yang and actually succeeding. As we're going to take a look at the Soul Jades here, Volpine Essence, Engraving, Tuna, damage reduction, and a couple of attack Jades with 11 kills, 25,700 damage, 10,000 healing. Majority coming from the skills and ultimates, of course. When you're using a hero like Zai with such a heavy damage shield, most of your damage is going to be based off of what you're doing with your ultimate ability. And that's a textbook play coming out from 2Tick here. First time being MVP, as it is his first game playing in the NBPL this season. And I'm so excited for what's yet to come. As if this, like I said before, if this is day one, imagine once we get near the end. It's only going to go up from here. Metas are going to change. Nothing's set in stone right now. As usually we can see a theme getting set in previous NBPL splits. We've seen a theme and it kind of gets stuck to. I have a feeling this season is going to be full of changes throughout the entire season. We're not going to see very similar bi-weekly splits. I feel like the bi-weekly one is going to be what it is, and bi-weekly 2 is going to be something completely different. Bi-weekly 3, and you know, they're going to have like the same core baseline, but as far as, you know, these changes go that usually end up staying the same, I feel like we're going to see a whole lot of diversity, and I'm just super excited for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And not only due to just simply the nature of meta, you know, the nature of NBPL, but also we have to consider the upcoming changes that are going to be coming to the game very, very soon. If for those of you at home who haven't managed to catch it, who have potentially recently come back to the game and weren't aware, Viper is going to be getting her rework. The rework that is being done to every single character to reduce their total ultimates and F ability numbers from 3 to 2, now sort of condensing their kits into 2 abilities. We have the Viper change coming through, and quite a few changes. You know, we have the V3 that at the end, if it pops, if that stagger it hits you, you're not only going to be staggered, but the silence from the ultimate will extend further past the end of the ultimate, and you'll remain silenced for a short duration. The F2, the silencing F, is going to have better tracking, better, you know, melee aim assist, allowing you to potentially do things that you weren't able to do before. And the V1 is going to have its on ultimate cast is going to give you a combo breaker. So there's so many changes, and Viper receiving these changes may be that sort of that variable that might flip everything on its head. And it's certainly quite exciting. Perhaps we'll be seeing, you know, quadruple Viper comms picked in the first phase in the middle of next season, but who knows? We'll see. Especially as well, Taka is going to be getting his rework, so I'm very excited to see that. Taka Trios viable? We'll see. We will have to wait and see. But for the moment, it looks as though Syra is going to be queen of Naraka, and Kylan might be coming in as the prince who has returned. As we all know, Kylan was was extremely powerful when he like released. He was dominating trios meta and dominating solo meta as well, but he received some nerfs, but recently has received a little bit of love and is coming back in, so we'll have to see what happens. I actually, that reminds me, I started talking about the relationship between Kylin and Zipping, and then the relationship with Monk and Kurumi. In this composition that we seem to be seeing get picked up. It's rather an interesting dynamic because Kurumi likes to be with Monk because Monk is typically quite stationary, and Kurumi can offer a lot of sustain and damage reduction. But Zipping is pretty well paired with Kylin, as Kylin, you know, he's dashed around the place able to stay put and sit in the Kurumi circle. You know, it's not something that you really want to be doing. So with the Zipping, he's able to continue moving, continue dashing through everybody left and right, and it allows him to just keep going and keep him topped up. So depending on what you really want to be focusing with this team composition is going to be the deciding factor as to whether or not you pick Kurumi or Zipping. But I feel like because of this dilemma, this composition might need an adjustment. There might be the Monk that needs to be changed around. It might even be the Kylin, who knows? But I think the Kylin composition is still yet to be decided.
Yeah, they're playing around with a few different options. We're seeing Kylin Monk. I've seen it Kylin with Syra coming out. There's a few different compositions, and you know, Kylin's such a fun hero, right? You see the jumping around, you see the dashing, the mobility that he has, and the amount of damage output potential that he does have. There is the risk when you are running that V2 ultimate that if you miss your dashes, you're not going to be making back the HP that you're losing from those dashes. So, you know, it's a give and take, but as the meta starts to sort of solidify, when we move on to these later bi-weeklies, we'll start to see him solidified in comps instead of bouncing around and floating between these other ones. And I feel like that's the same for lots of these comps that are sort of forming. We're seeing Yodo getting thrown into the mix here and there. We're seeing Justina coming out every now and again, and they're switching things up, moving this hero to this comp, moving this one to the other comp, and it's all about trying things out. This is the first bi-weekly. There is a lot of things on the line, but it does give you a little bit more freedom. It's not the end. They don't have Worlds on the line. They don't have the grand finals on the line to worry about too much right now. They have it in the back of their heads, but they're able to play around and get more comfortable. And as soon as these players find out exactly which comps they're the most comfortable on and which comps are going to be dominating the most into these games, then we're going to start to see how that meta is going to start solidifying into place. And then we're going to see the textbook for people picking this comp, for picking this comp, and for picking this comp. And we're getting to see variation, and I love the diversity. That's my favorite part about the start of the season. We just get to see so many diverse hero picks. We saw the Tarka yesterday from CDY in solos. We're getting to see all of these different picks, and it is just so heartwarming to see these players who don't get a lot, these heroes who don't get a lot of camera time in the Pro League, starting to show their faces more and more.
Indeed, it's like as you talked about it, the meta is not yet fixed. Like we could see it in the solos, especially. You know, the indecision, the sort of the lack of consensus when it comes to that phase 3 pick. You know, phase 1 was Liam, phase 2 was Shiol, but phase 3 it was still a little bit up in the air as to what was prioritized. But here we are in the first round selection for the trios. So we have triple Syra so far, no surprise. I feel like this is certainly going to be the priority pick going forward, at least for the moment. SS1 still yet to pick. We have a little bit of time left. They're still making their decision. Is it going to be Syra? Yes, it is indeed. The two teams are going for the Syra Zymatari, and 2 teams going for the Sand Saipan variation. Now heading over into the second round, we have the Monk, Kylin, and Syra instead. Perhaps this is exactly what I was talking about. Perhaps that one of these, this comp needed to be revisited, and perhaps instead of the zipping or the Kurumi, it needs to be the Syra coming on out. We do have the double Viper comp coming through as well, seemingly. You know, I mean, this comp is always going to be viable. It's always going to be a popular composition. It's one of the OGs. You know, originally it was with Yoto instead of Tessa, but when Tessa came into the mix, it instantly dominated. It became so strong so quickly. And yeah, no surprise, and I believe that unless something significant changes, this will probably be a comp that we'll see for a very long time. But there we have it. The picks have been locked in, and we're going to be going in to our second game of the day very soon. The Holleroth Sunny. Again, the first 3 games of the day are not Firefly maps. They are all 3 of them going to be daytime, meaning that there are no Fireflies, no extra ultimate uptime. But let's take a look, see here, to see what these teams are going to be picking in terms of abilities. As we, you know, usually it's not really a question, but based off of last game and the previous day with F1 Hardy coming into the mix and all sorts, perhaps we'll be seeing something different coming through for some of these players.
Yeah, and we are getting to see a few of these different comps starting to come through right here. We are seeing the variation. We have Kylan instead of Matari, or instead of Zai. And now the Monk is joining into the mix. This is Monk, Kylan, Syra, which is, Syra is just such a flex pick right now. You stuff Syra into any comp and it's gonna work. And look at 5-2-1. They're going Monk, Feria, Kylan. This is an interesting one. I don't think we've seen this yet. I don't know how that's gonna work. And we're seeing JL running the Rumi Kylan, which as you were talking about before, a little bit more difficult to get the healing off on the Kylan. Kurumi's mainly meant to heal the Monk in that situation, as we've got the standard blind dates coming through before the rest of these players. And taking a look at our map spawns, we're going to be seeing Salvation Podium OUG is going to be landing there with a little bit of contest. The gold zones surrounding are going to have SS1 and OA. At the Imperial Village up at the top, we are going to see a couple of these other teams, JL and 521 taking the Yushan Ruins. Down at Matab, we will be seeing a couple of these other teams jumping through. DRG also nearing those Yushan Ruins. This is going to be an interesting fight at the start, and GG getting the City of Tang all to themselves.
Interesting. I'm curious to see how this fight in the Yushan Ruins plays out, as we do have the Enigma. So if you've not visited Yushan Ruins very often in your time playing Naraka, there is that sort of purple portal at the back of the area that takes you into this small room that has a Firefly and a Rage Charge station to be able to get your ultimate, regardless of whether or not it is a nighttime map. But here we are kicking it off with WZ up against OUG. Baby, you taking a bit of damage there, getting caught on the jump horizontal cookie, having already been taken down. WZ scrambling, trying to make the best out of this situation. Xiao Yu scale rushing around with this greatsword. Can he find an opening? Oh, wait a minute, I thought he did, but no, it was turned on his head, and OUG are going to be able to come out victorious in just a blink of an eye. Absolutely cooking at the end of this fight, but heading over to the exact thing that I was just talking about, the Enigma, the little portal at the back of the area. 521 and I believe and DRG all scrapping it out, trying to contest this spot so that they can get their ultimates online sooner rather than later and use that advantage to try and snowball this early game phase. But it looks as though we've got a fight outside. Here we are. Ibin coming through, dodging away from the Tessa ultimate. Very nice indeed. The presence of mind to recognize that she's going to be going for this ultimate, not putting himself in an uncancelable animation, able to dodge away and avoid this Tessa ultimate. The parry coming through onto Yin, and there they go. 5-1 down for the count. They will be able to potentially resurrect themselves in a safe area, but we'll have to wait and see where they end up. For the moment, it looks as though OUG has taken the time to finish off this puzzle and secure themselves a legendary spear on their Takeda. A huge bonus to that scaling ultimate.
And something I noticed about a 5-2-1 when they went down, their Kylan was running V1. So usually we're seeing that V2 of the ultimate coming through. They did get those Fireflies and were trying to make something happen with the Kylan ult, but I don't know if it was a misplay. I don't know if they're trying something with the Monk that requires them to use the V1, but we hardly ever see the first variation of Kylan's ultimate being used in trios, so it is interesting to say the least. SS1 now gonna drop right in, trying to hit that ultimate water, gonna be tossing that Bane on to the members of WZ, trying to see if they can prevent any damage happening from this Tessa Charm. It looks like XY or Shuan is gonna do a very good job at peeling for his teammates. Luo Yi trying to get out of there as fast as possible, and we are gonna see the Wu Chen port. WZ able to make their escape with Luo Yi on 1 HP in a dream. I'm not sure if their team is going to decide to go for the chase here. It looks like they were able to make it out safe and sound. SS1 just going to hang around the Bane, see if any of these other teams are going to get curious enough to approach them in that area. As we're taking a look now, GG coming up onto the side of TE. Looks like we're going to see the ultimate coming out right away from TE's peak. The Syra coming through. 330 as well in the Syra ult. We're seeing the Matari ultimate come out now. TJS 82% does not have that ultimate yet, able to get the burn damage off onto the players of TE, trying to see if they can take out that one player so low in health. GG doing very good at standing right now. Youth very close to death, is going to be able to hold off with that Viper ult for just a little bit longer, but these three players are hungry for this elimination and they're going to be able to come away with one. It looks like the rest of TE is just going to go for the abandon right now, holding off and trying to keep that survivability. That was the last life of TE's youth. So yeah, they are going to back out of this as fast as possible, not trying to end up dead and completely removed from this game. As WZ lurking around the same area, SS1 jumping back into the mix, as well as GG waiting in the wings. TE Xiaonan hiding in the bush. Check your bushes, guys. We've seen a lot of players run straight past these bushes. We've got the no ult zone come out. He tries to pop the no ult zone in tandem with the ultimate from the Tessa. Was unable to connect on the ultimate though, as Luo Yi trying to make something happen with these purple dual blades in hand. SS1 is Zhuan trying to peel for his team. Luo Yi is going to end up taking a lot of damage, forced to invest that F ability to combo break his way out of this water. Dangerously low here. We're going to see the double charge come out, trying to go for the parry, ending up just dashing away. We're going to see him back off a little bit here. Coming through, huge parry from Water, and Zhuan able to put Luo Yi into the sky in the blender here. Water dangerously low, but Cookie is going to go down. Luo Yi trying to hold off with the meter dump. Zhuan going to take so much damage here, trying to back off. Charge is going to come through, the 1-2 F ability invested, huge parry going to come through, and the Matari dash from SS1 Zhuan coming through, and GG coming in for a huge third party. Zhuan getting taken absolutely low, and GG coming in to clean up the eliminations.
Indeed, they are. An extremely unfortunate situation for both of these teams. WZ with that sort of that blunder, attempting to try and use that Tessa ultimate with the three bands and with the Forbidden Idol. As you may or may not know, if you use an ultimate like Tessa's ultimate or for example Tamulk's ultimate and you throw it down and then use the Forbidden Idol, your ultimate will not be cancelled. You'll be the Tamulk ultimate itself, for example, and the Tessa ultimate will still be in effect and still be there. However, nobody else will be able to respond with their own ultimates. But it just didn't work out for them. Weren't able to land it. WZ is Xiao, who it looks as though he is in a dire situation. He's unlikely to make it out with his life, and there it is. WZ is going to be fully eliminated from this lobby. Not the start for game 2 that you would want to see, as they are already out of contention for the moment. GG now up against DRG. Oh my goodness, Kakaishi absolutely exploded at the hands of GG. Now they're going to be trying to close out this kill, close out this team wipe onto Dong Xing. He's desperately trying to disengage the scale rush coming on through, but there's so much open space. I don't think he's going to be able to make it out here alive unless he pulls something out of a hat. Absolute miracle it would have to be for him to survive the situation, but no, he does go down 3-3-0 with the killing blow. Thankfully, they do have resurrections. Then it's not over for them just yet, but still definitely a bit of a speed bump, so to speak, in their snowball for this game number 2.
And you know, it was a very, very aggressive start. We saw a lot of fights off of the rip, especially with that Yushan Runes Enigma play coming through. DRG were able to keep their resurrections to this last point. Getting themselves a full reset back into this game is going to be something that you are going to have to watch out for. You see them get eliminated this late in the game, you think, oh, they're going to be down and out. But no, they're going to be able to try and make a comeback, rescale back into the game, and potentially take it. It's not set in stone with who is going to be taking this just yet, as we're going to be looking at these Realm of Yang drops here. TE, Bauda, JL, OUG, everyone on the singular Yang portal. You see Baby U dropping in with that F popped to be able to prevent this damage, but we're going to see the Fs coming through now. TE and OUG both not able to connect into the Yang. They're going to both end up fighting for the Spirit. Well, we could see a team elimination here. The Syra ultimate going to get popped from Peak. Baby U taking so much damage. We are going to see now the stun coming through. SS doing a beautiful job at healing for Baby U right now. All of these players just losing health, gaining it right back. We're going to see the Zai ult come through. Meteor going up high in the sky, taking so much damage. The heals are not enough for Youth. Youth trying to get out of there as fast as possible, but now they focus their energy onto Xiaonan. Baby U gonna pop that F, able to try and make something happen, but ends up getting juggled through. Xiaonan taking so much damage now, is gonna be able to get a Matari dash into a huge parry, but it's not gonna be enough as OUG are able to clean up the elimination very quickly. TE's Peak forced to run the other way, and we're gonna flip over to the Realm of Yang. OA taking on 5-2-1. Ivan already eliminated. Kylan ultimate invested for both teams. Meng trying to make something happen with the Monk, able to use that staff jumping LMB to just track Pampy down, decimate the rest of his health bar, and now Yin not standing a chance.
Indeed, it is a bit rough to say the least, but here we are with the Bauda up against JL, XEM in that ultimate. Both Kylins crashing through the enemy team, trying to get through first, get that juggle going, get that priority, but unfortunately it doesn't look as though too much has really come from these ultimates, and I believe that the Monk ultimate from both of these teams has already been utilized. But as you can see, Wan Feng and the opposing Monk may be able to get their ultimates up back online before the end of this Realm of Yang if they survive long enough, and I don't think they're gonna be. Oh no, wait, here we are, there we go. Wan Feng able to get his Monk ultimate back online, but I mean, it's a bit overkill, to say the least. I would say grab coming through at the end to finish off Jing. You know, hey, you might as well. You got it. You're going to get your ultimate regenerated by picking up this buff in the Realm of Yang, so you might as well use it. No use in just holding back just in case, you know, if something miraculous occurs. But here we are, JL coming out of that Yang portal victorious with that Vermilion Bird's Might and their golden weapon. I believe it is, there it is. I was going to say, well, who's got this golden weapon? And it is XX. He has those golden nunchucks under his belt and he's going to be doing a lot of damage. But speaking of a lot of damage, TE Peak getting taken down in the 3 versus 1 by OUG. I believe, is that them fully eliminated from the lobby? I'm not 100% sure. I believe they might be sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard there, so I can't tell if the rest of that team is alive. But he is certainly down for the moment, as he's very split from his team if they do happen to still be alive. Alliance now also having been victorious in the Realm of Yang, running around with the Vermilion Bird's Might. NY7 scale rushing around with this dagger, scouting out these areas, these POIs, trying to find a potential fight. But it doesn't look as though he's coming into contact with anyone just yet. And there it is. JL with their golden nunchucks. They might be running into another team pretty soon, as we saw OUG on the other side of City of Tang, on the eastern side behind this wall. I'm not sure if they will encounter each other, but it is certainly possible. For the moment, we've got a bit of a lull in the action. 5-1 though, as we're heading over to take a look at them with the Yang depletion. Not where you want to be, especially with this comp with the blue armors, the little blueberries. They're gonna have to find some soul blooms if they have any hopes of continuing in this lobby within the next 1 minute and 30 seconds. Speaking of Yang depletion as well, Bowder with 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, gonna be resurrecting themselves in Plumed Castle. Gonna have to find a fight sooner rather than later.
They're going to be able to get that bounty scroll and hit the bell. They do spot out 5-2-1. This could be dangerous for them. I believe 5-2-1 also on that Yang depletion, so they could be looking for the engage on this fight. Looks like they're going to try and get to a better terrain for their comp to fight. They want more flat ground. They want more open space so that Monk is able to come through with grab spell. JL getting absolutely decimated by SS1 right now. We're going to see one player already going down, one Fang getting eliminated. Cuckoo and XX Luo absolutely ran through right now as SS1 Juon with the Zai ultimate putting in so much work. We're gonna see both ultimates getting popped right now. ZZT versus Pampy on the Monk. Ivan is gonna end up getting himself grabbed and slammed. Grabbed a second time out of midair. ZZT with the hands, ladies and gentlemen. The double grab from Pampy. Oh my goodness. The re-grab from Pampy. The re-grab from ZZT. What is going on? These hands right now, ladies and gentlemen. You don't see this very often. Pampy and ZZT putting on a phenomenal masterclass. As Alliance trying to come in on the third party here. And now the ultimates are down. We are going to see the Kylan ults coming out. The Takeda ultimates pushing through as well. 5-2-1 eliminated just like that. Bowda trying to grab the soul blooms and get out of dodge. But NY7 putting the pressure on alongside Revenge onto Jing. F going to be sent out from Baoda's Jing to get that space in between them. And now GG jumping into the mix. Yuma needing to try and regroup with his team. What a Monk play. I am speechless. Grab, re-grab, single grab, double grab, every single kind of grab. The hands were flying. They were flying fast. The slams were coming through. Phenomenal play.
Absolutely. As you said, these slams, these grabs, they are not a common occurrence, as if you don't know, these Monk grabs, these hands being thrown out, they are all dodgeable, iframeable. You can iframe them completely as long as you dodge at the correct timing. And as pro players, you know, this is pretty common thing for you to have to do. And unless your teammates or the enemy team is staggering for the Monk, it's highly unlikely that you're ever going to be in a situation where you can't avoid a Monk grab. And speaking of Meng trying to make something happen with these grabs, being unsuccessful, going in with that jump, not able to knock anybody up. Oh, just barely missing that grab onto LXM on the floor. But oh, he gets the slam. Can he find the grab? No. Oh my goodness, this is not good whatsoever. PP with that F is going to be tethered to that Monk, as well as the Kylan now. Tutik getting comboed, getting juggled, trying to make his way back over to this Karumi cycle to heal up before popping at that ultimate. And here we are. I believe it's going to be coming online soon. There it is. CJS with the Zai ultimate as well, pulling the trigger, immediately getting staggered by the Kylan. Zai doing a lot of damage with those burning chains. But oh my goodness, CJS, he's getting juggled. Tutik, absolute, like, he's just the Drift King right now. He's just sending it. He's going to be able to catch him out of the air. No, not yet. And now that immortality has expired, but he finds the last dash through, finishing him off and healing up that little bit of health to keep him alive. CJS is down, but LXM might be able to clutch this up along with 330, and there it is. They do indeed. The pole sword coming through, chopping them down. The Lumberjacks able to finish them off and claim this realm of Yang, claim that Draco Storm. heading into these this mid to end game transitionary phase, it is going to be a very, very useful resource. Draco Storm is so strong and so difficult to overcome if you don't have any buff at all. It's going to be a very difficult fight if you go up against them in a straight 3 versus 3. OUG as well with that Draco Storm, along with the SS1. You know, it's a lot of dangerous teams on the map right now. So.
Yeah, there are a lot of dangerous teams, and some of the most dangerous ones are carrying that Draco Storm. When you get to this level of pro play, a lot of the fights come down to one split-second decision and these tiny micro adjustments these players make that change the outcome of the fight completely to sway it either with or against their favor. And when they're so close like that, having a buff in the game like Draco Storm that just completely tips the scales in the favor of the buff holder, it's something that you definitely want to try your best to get a hold of as much as possible. And being able to capitalize and use the Draco Storm on offense to be able to get a couple of eliminations in the mid game is something that these teams are going to be looking to do. They're just looking to find the perfect targets. They don't want to fight somebody else with Draco Storm because then they're just evening the odds back up again. They're going to try and find a team, weaker armor, no buff, Yang depletion ideally, so that the team is desperate and they will keep fighting. They won't try and run away. A team like JL coming right out of the Soul Altar here, or OA. If a Draco Storm team lands on them, it's going to be very difficult for them to survive. But we might get to see the JL OA face-off here as XX Lou trying to go for the scale rush. Bell has been hit, so they know that this team is there. One Fang trying to stay as high as possible to be able to get a good vantage point. But One Fang going to end up having to use that Bell. Ultimate is going to get popped here. Meng not going to be able to get into his ultimate. The terrain not going to be allowing him inside the building. Just going to be hopping around, able to position themselves far away to let that ultimate burn out. Going to still keep following, giving them a few range shots, not wanting to stay too close and not wanting to get grabbed, but still wanting to keep them close enough in their eye line that as soon as that Monk de-ults, they're going to all in this fight as fast as possible. We're seeing now the Monk is going to de-ult. Here we go. One Fang forced to pop that Bell. We are going to see the... Oh my goodness. What a kill from Tsutek here. And this is the beauty of the Kylan ultimate. Zip dashing and prancing around. XX Lou gonna try and make something happen, tries to get to the no ult zone as fast as possible. Gonna be able to get one dash connect though, and Tsutek trying to make something happen, and they get the elimination follow-up with the Fist Blades with an assist from his teammate as Cuckoo2, the last remaining player of JL, has now found the likes of OUG, Baby U, and Shinyu, now gonna try and pick up this elimination.
Indeed, and I reckon it's not going to be very difficult. It may simply be a matter of time, but Cuckoo is certainly trying his very best to make it as difficult for them as possible. But as a lone Kurumi against a very strong OUG, it is a pretty tall order to say the least. Cuckoo getting juggled and just absolutely obliterated there by that final longsword win slash from SS, cutting him down. It is rough to say the least, but here we are taking a look at OUG's Realm of Yang fight up against JL, the fight that sort of put JL in this position. Oh, beautiful grab coming out from One Fang, but I mean, we know the result of this fight. We know what ended up happening, and unfortunately, that certainly wasn't enough. The Kurumi ultimate, along with the Tianhai ultimate being utilized very early, the grab coming through onto the Cyrus is not really gonna give them all that much. JL XX, the Kylan ultimate coming through, Baby with that Takeda ultimate as well. That golden ultimate giving him so much reach on these demon slashes, these Furin blasts, as I believe they're called. Baby U just cutting them down, slamming with that spear. There's nothing left for them. The parry beautifully done. One Fang, the last to go. And there you have it. That was what, you know, created this whole situation for JL. Now is ZZT. Like there's one too many Z's. He's sleeping in the sleepy T. Bowder trying to secure the spirit well and get their hands on this Draco Storm along with the other goodies that come along with it. And this is actually very smart play by them. They're trying to hold it. They're trying to hold off on capturing this Spirit Well until the last second so that they can actually extend the duration effectively of this buff. As if they take it earlier, it's going to expire earlier in the game. So they're trying to make it last until later on as much as possible so that they can take full advantage of what's going on in the rest of the lobby, as the other players, the players who won the Realm of Yang, are not going to have a buff anymore. There's nothing, they don't have it. So this team is going to be in a full advantage to sort of create opportunities for themselves and have the agency to dictate the pace of the lobby. GG with a double golden armor. CJS and LXM are looking extremely scary right now. Just sort of just aura farming, just pushing this team back. SS1 being forced away. Get out of here, boys. Just slowly walking behind them. Get out of here. Just sort of, it's like a sheepdog herding the sheep, pushing them away. Get over there. Go, 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 go. Bark. And ASC coming up behind them. Oh my goodness.
330 with gray nunchucks though. He probably has a Dragon Roar in the back pocket or something, using that to create some space. Just block these range shots. I hope he's not just using gray nunchucks if his teammates are holding some spicy weapons in their back pockets without them. As we're going to flip over back to the Spirit Well watch, as Bauda is going to be able to capture that Jing. You saw him. He has that ultimate popped. They are going to be able to capture Draco Storm going to Bauda. And we are going to see now OUG, just hanging out, just hanging, having a good time. Hanging around. Ultimates are ready. It looks like Mortal Defiance. I'm no Severio when it comes to the Jade's translations, but I can do a few of them. There's a Mortal Defiance was there.
That is indeed Mortal Defiance.
And I believe the other reusable Jade is either a used Varja's Grip, or we see Starfall. I'm believing Varja's Grip because who's picking up Starfall in the Pro League? But
who's picking up Starfall? True.
Not the most coveted Jade when it comes to games like this. Bauda, they're in a good spot. They have Draco Storm, but blue armor on their Monk and on their Syra. Zem going to be that hero character with the golden armor. They're gonna have him as their main damage source. They're going to want to keep him as tanked up as possible. They're going for the little bit of a glass cannon strat with the other heroes. Granted that the other two do have a lot more escape options when it comes to regaining HP than the Kylan. DRG, ASE, Alliance, they have a little party at the crib right now. Just holding this spot. There's 5 minutes left in the game. Going out with 5 minutes left, you don't get that super good point multiplier. You don't get as many benefits as you would like. It looks like Bauda gonna try and go for this next Spirit Well as well. These guys are really trying hard to get every single Spirit Well. The grab onto 330, almost getting the second one there. 330 going to get launched into the sky. We do see that Syra ult still active, trying to see if he can get another grab before this ult timer runs out. He's going to be able to get Yuma here. Gets the double grab, the double slam coming through into the Tessa charm. Ultimate is going to happen. ZZT now. Oh my goodness. All of these Viper ults are going to come through. Everybody stunned. All of DRG getting completely stunned again, leaving somebody with a Zai to come and try and clean that up. We're going to see the Takeda coming out from NY7. ASE going absolutely crazy onto Alliance. Tessa Charm has come out. OUG just chilling comfortably at the bottom while everybody else fighting for this high area. Kakashi getting dangerously low. ASE's Han going to try and make something happen, but the Wu-Chen port from DRG going to put them at safety. Revenge trying to make something happen. The F2 going to come out to just try and create some space for Kakashi. The Dazzle coming through. Kakashi could be dead here. The Wind Wall's coming from the Wu-Chen to support, being able to block that range damage. Kakashi went from almost 1 HP, almost certain death, to being able to be back into this game. And look at how quickly these games flip on their head. Alliance's Revenge is chilling onto the bottom. The rest of his team looks like it has disappeared. OA 2Tick trying to make something happen as well, and Bauda looks to have gotten that that Spirit Well buff a second time, as they now have Draco Storm again, which is going to be extremely powerful. They've got themselves a second golden armor, I do believe, as well. ZZT has that golden armor on the Monk. Could be a huge dangerous target, as we're going to see the Kylan coming through. Zem making some crazy moves onto the members of DRG. Kakashi getting absolutely sharked down, and it looks like Zem able to pick up that elimination. Bauda doing a very good job right now. It looks like they might be able to get themselves a little bit better armor from Kakashi. They don't take it. It's too much of a risk to try and heal up a full armor in an end circle like this.
Yeah, if you get spotted out with all of your armor shredded down, you're in for a rude awakening, so to speak. But ZZT, oh my goodness, the Monk ultimate perfectly timed. He's going to be able to armor through an iframe this stun from ASE. Missed the jump, no slam, unfortunately, and then the Wu Chen ultimate, I believe, is going to take them to safety, or perhaps just simply away from this Tianhai. But no, look at, he's caught up to them. Where you going, son? I'm coming to get you. And he is locked in the zone, locked on this poor terrain, not able to disengage. T is throwing these hands, but unfortunately just lacks the line of sight to truly be able to take advantage of this ultimate at the moment. As we can see, all of these players above them, and it just, all of these rocks, this scaffolding, making it very difficult to get all that much value. But it is giving a lot of value to some of these other teams, as they're able to hide in all of these nooks and crannies to stay safe and stay as inconspicuous as possible. As you can see, SS1 has found a nice little safe haven for themselves. There's little gaps and like in between these square rocks, you know. Bauda's Jing able to take down ASE Han. ASE just falling apart at the seams. It seems. Tessa still alive. Wu Chen is down for the count for now, but Meng jumping up to the high ground with the Tianhai ultimate, looking for the grabs, unable to find any so far. He does have another jump to reposition if he so chooses to do so, but it doesn't look as though he wants to give up this high ground. OA seems very happy to just sit atop this this mound, this scaffolding, and just hold on to this strong positioning, as all of these players down below them are just getting put in the blender. The Syra microwave coming through. CJS in that ultimate, taking a heal real quick before going back to this obliteration. But oh my goodness, ZZT with the double slam, taking down SS1 Juan. Another grab coming through. The Takeda Baby U does get a bit of a heal. The F1 coming through. The double grab though. The re-grab, boom! And Revenge goes down.
Another one. Oh my goodness, he almost had the second double slam. He's gonna have to go for the punch there. Bauda, ZZT, this entire game showing us exactly how Monk is intended to be played. Masterclass coming through, but always T-Tick is gonna pick up the elimination on him, as the chaos is starting to erupt. 15 seconds left into this game. The microwaves are turning on, ladies and gentlemen, heating the food up. Everyone is going down to the Cyrus. 330 trying to get the elimination onto Zeb, and DRG goes down. GG goes down, and it looks like Bauda's Jing, the one remaining player, and is going to take it for their team. I believe they had enough points to come away with MVP there. They had 6 kills going into that, and there we go. MVP for game number 2, Bauda with ZZT, or as Jake Hipbrain likes to call him, ZZ Talk. Hands, fastest hands in the West right now, or fastest hands in the East, as wow, just some insane double grab after double grab after double grab after re-grab. It was everything a Monk player aspires to do in a game.
Yes, the Monk dream, the true aspiration to be able to play in those end games and just have, you know, just shooting fish in a barrel. You know, everyone's just packed in together. You can just throw it in that general direction. But I mean, that being said, people, the players in this lobby do have the presence of mind to recognize when the Monk is up and running, and they're going to be trying to stay as aware as possible and dodge away. but sometimes it's just not possible. You know, you're surrounded by enemy players, you're surrounded on all sides. It becomes very difficult to actually stay aware and be able to dodge at that timing to avoid this grab. As you can see, it happens a lot more in these end games than it does where there's, you know, far fewer targets to choose from, far fewer teams in the vicinity. You know, we see it in the Yangs, we see it in the overworld, just in all sorts of areas. You can just hide behind anything. But you know, if there's enough people there, you're bound to hit something. So
Yeah,
definitely a very, very fun experience as Monk, but also not so fun, as we did see. We have seen some Monks just get absolutely exploded, especially when we saw that fight between the two Yang depletion teams. He comes out of ultimate and he just gets blown up by the Kylin. It's you know, Monk is one of those characters that it either feels incredible to play or really, really bad. It's kind of like Takeda in that sense, that you're either scaled to the max and you're just destroying everyone with the lawnmower, you know, the cavalry bloom, just, or you're just getting slapped around by Cyrus and eyes.
it's an all-in or fold meta. I feel like if we're gonna give it a little reference here, is if you have the scale to be able to go all in into these fights, you're gonna come out victorious. But the minute you make one mistake, you're folded, you're done. Like there's no recovery. It's when you have heroes like Syra in the game that are able to capitalize on mistakes that you make, like the tiny little micro decisions that you make one mistake, the Syra's able to recognize that and just laser beam you from 20 meters away. And when you have a character that's able to dominate the game like that and make it so much more difficult, it's so little room for error. And that's why it's great to see when a team that's not running, or I guess Syra has been ran in that comp. But ladies and gentlemen, quick question for the people watching at home. This is your answer for treasure for game number 2. Which hero did GG's 330 use in game number 2? Was it A, Lanny, B, Zai, C, Syra, or D, Karumi? Answer the questions with A, B, C, or D in the Twitch chat, and the lucky winner will be replied and whispered. Make sure you drop Naraka your UID, and you will get some free in-game gifts. Who doesn't love free stuff? Bowda, top of the scoreboard with 12 kills, 18.4 total game score. OUG in the second place. They had more kills, but they didn't get the multiplier or the game score. So they're only at the 15.5. GG keeping it consistent. Their first game, they had a bit of a slack going on, but now with the 14.5 point game in third place, OA doing a good job in the 5th place. And, you know, sadly, we didn't get to see too much of 5-2-1 that game, but, you know, hopefully they'll be able to pick the pace back up for game number 3.
Indeed, but look at this. Speaking of picking up the pace, good lord, XEM and ZZZT with those big damage numbers. You know, not too many kills still, but it's consistent across the board. You know, 3, 4, 5. You got 6, 4, 6 assists. A lot of damage coming out from the Monk and the Kylin. Not as much from the Syra, but Syra, you know, she does do damage with that beam, but she's also like it's more of a sort of finishing tool. You know, it's something that you use in those situations so that your opponent just doesn't have any counterplay, or you use it at the start of the fight to sort of get the ball rolling. But here we are taking a look at the total standings for this bi-weekly. We have a WZ, unfortunately, just not able to get the ball rolling. 2 games and only 4.5 points, along with TE on 6, JL on 9, 5-1 on 12. Not bad at all. And but OUG is 23.5, pretty solid to say the least. Alliance on 10, already much better performance than they had on their first day. OA with 35, absolutely huge. And we don't have YZG, FBX, or Wolves playing today. They're all sitting around the sort of middle of the pack, 45-ish points, which is definitely a solid day for them. They're going to be playing next Friday, and here we are taking a look at the top of the leaderboard. GG overtaking WBG, who was sitting at the top of the leaderboard before, but now overtaking them at 87.5. DRG alongside them with 81.5. WBG 79.8, but only off of their first day, and they're not playing today. And we have Balder with 74.4, SS1 with 17.5 for the day, 61.5 in total. A solid day so far. Absolute banger games. I have to say, the first game was just woo. It's just like, it's hard to top that one. That was crazy in the first game. The second game, definitely a solid one to say the least. We had so much action going on in that end circle, the scaffolding, the cubed rocks. And we're going to be able to take a look at some highlights from that game brought to you by China Unicom. Take it away, Seb. What are we looking at?
You look at our China Unicom highlights. GG's 330. There's your answer to your question. He played Syra. We're going to take a look now. OA's 2 take this play here, taking out One Fang with that fatal blow, and then getting the connection on that last charge of his ultimate to bring it into the no ult zone and then capitalize on the kill. And look at this, ZZT double slam here, is able to come through, regrab, double slam here, 2 elimination, or 1 elimination. Baby U tries to run away, gets regrab, and gets the slam here. And we see the elimination going to Bauda, then Alliance Revenge getting grabbed, another grab, LX7, double grab, elimination. It's just, and another one, and another one, and another one. And ZZT, this is some, back in the day when we had, I forget who was that crazy Monk player who's doing this back when we only had Morris Isle. It was Monk every single game. You'd see these crazy Monk grabs coming from across the map, and it reminds me of the good old times. And Jing, the MVP for the team, gonna be rocking that Merciless Havoc. Most of the damage dealt coming off of his skills and ultimates. It has become such an ult and skill heavy game. 17.5k damage with 5 eliminations, Aerial Rend, Overlord, Merciless Havoc, 6 assists, and 10,000 healing. And Syra, even though she is a damage-heavy character, has that super crazy healing potential.
Absolutely. You know, it's typically not used too much for the healing, obviously, but that's the thing. It is quite versatile in that way that you can throw down those orbs by pressing that right click to not only heal yourself, but also your teammates if they are in need of healing. But, you know, you got the dazzle factor where you throw the orb and then you pop it with the laser beam from the left click. And you're just able to stun up a player, get that full beam charge into the sort of the burst beam attack that just knocks them over onto the ground and potentially allowing for your team to follow up. I actually did notice that they did that quite a bit in coordination with Justina Freeze in the previous Trios day. There's definitely a lot to make of this. You know, you can get a lot going with these different combinations, the knockups, the chain CCs, making it very, very hard for your opponents to really do anything about Syra. And this is even after the nerf that she received, where originally, well, not that long ago, her ultimate lasted even longer than it currently does.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going to a break really quickly, and we'll be right back with some more Naraka action.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here today. It is great to be back. I am Dunking Donuts, joined by Seb, our boy wonder. We are going to be heading into our game number 3 of NBPL Trios bi-weekly one, day number 2, and so far it has been an explosive start to the day. I'm very excited to see what these teams have got in store for us as we are taking a look at a group that has not yet played so far this season, coming in for the day, which includes OUG, OA, JL, WZ, TE, and 521. Very exciting times. A lot of changes have been made to the rosters, and we're certainly seeing some changes in the results due to these roster changes.
Yeah, and it's really interesting, like we were talking about before, when you see these teams evolve over the years, and now there's like people who you never thought would be playing together a year or two ago are now on the same team and thriving together. It's really, really cool to see. It's like, oh, what if we put this person from this team and this one from this one, put this all together, and they're jumbling everything up, and it keeps everything exciting. It keeps the whole game super fresh. And obviously there's duos and pairs like GG's barely changed since the start. They've always been pretty much the same team. But when you see teams that have these small roster changes or complete roster changes, it really freshens up the dynamics between the players, where they're now able to try different things, use different compositions, play different positions in the comps, whereas maybe they were playing support because they had a better DPS before, but now they're the main DPS player, so they have another player playing support, switching, moving roles around, and it's really cool to see how the change has gone. Like Bauda in the first Worlds were underperforming, and they've gone through maybe 3 or 4 different roster changes to now being at the one that it is, and it seems to be thriving really well. We're seeing SR doing a very good job as a new team coming into this. WBG with the new roster as well, performing extremely well in day number 1. They aren't playing today, but seeing all these little roster changes, it makes me smile. It's nice to see how everything's working out for these different players.
Indeed. Speaking of smiling, look at Cookie with that grin on his face. He's having a good time. They haven't had the best start to their day, but the spirits are up and they are still in it mentally. Speaking of mentality, something I said this a while ago, I'm going to bring this up every time I cast Trios. It is so important to make sure that you keep a solid and level head in these series, because they are 6 games long, and in the bi-weekly finals they can potentially go up to 8 games. And with 3 players on a team, if any one of those players is suffering and just tilting and just in a bad mood, something's gone wrong and something's got to them, it can affect everyone in that team. But hey, that's what separates the veteran teams from the potentially inexperienced teams, being able to power through and just push all of that aside and focus all of their efforts on playing it as best as they can and communicating with their team, regardless of how they may be feeling. Here we are taking a look at the rotation for this hero pick. We have that first phase coming through. We're going to be going on to Morris Isle, Sunny, the daytime. Again, it is the first 3 games that are in the daytime. The second half of the day, the last 3 games are with Fireflies with that increased ultimate uptime. But let's see what these players have in store for us. What picks are we going to see? Prediction Syra for the first phase. It's a pretty safe pick. If I was a betting man, I'd say Syra for the first phase.
Yeah, I like seeing ZZT going with that same comp again. The Kylan. What?
What on earth?
It's spicy. They're coming and changing everything up a little bit, and
it's still Syra, but
yeah, it's still Syra, but it's like Viper Syra now. Like next, we're gonna be seeing like a Yushan Valda Syra. Who knows, right? Like these
who knows
tiny
at this point,
variations are so small that to the untrained eye, you wouldn't really think, oh, whatever, they're just playing like the heroes that everybody plays. But when you play, you don't really normally see a Viper and a Syra on the same team. So I'm really excited to see what they cook up with this.
Yeah, for sure. And I again, I'll always put it out there. The V2 Syra is a possibility, but V2 Justina is what I was originally thinking about. Definitely a viable option. For those of you at home, you've certainly experienced this in your ranked trios games. V2 Justina can be a real pain to deal with as it got changed, and now while it's up, that ice wave will block melee attacks going in, protecting your teammates and allowing them to essentially fight back without, you know, like anything being done. You know that you can't do anything about it. But it's not immune to range damage, so that's potentially why it's still not really being picked up. As in those end games, we all know how prevalent ranged projectiles end up being, how impactful they are. The cannons, the bows, all sorts of stuff just coming through and doing a lot of damage. But here we are. The teams are getting ready. Let's see what ability choices they are going to be going for in this game number 3. Are we going to see that V2 Justina? Are we going to see a V2 Syra ever? But I mean, I somehow doubt it. I doubt it, but considering what people are picking, anything is possible at this point. Because we've got the F1 Hardy of all things coming out. You know, the V1 Takeda. Who knows what they've got cooked up in the kitchen? We'll find out soon enough. Nothing too different for this. These first few teams, all looking relatively normal, relatively no V1 Kylin, no nothing. We've got the F1s on the majority of these characters. We've got the F2 from the Yoto, the F2 from the Feria, along with the Justina, and no, it is going to be that V1 from Justina, the dash, the ice dash ultimate that we all know very, very well.
I'm thinking with the changes made to the V2 of Syra, to the best of my knowledge, you're not able to heal your teammates in the V2, right?
Oh no, you are.
Okay.
You are. The big circle around you, that if an enemy player is caught in by the end of the ultimate, that they get stunned, that area of effect around Syra will also heal her teammates.
It's just not as precision as being able to toss a healing orb to your Kylin who's dashing away from you.
Exactly.
Making the V1 a lot more versatile and does last a lot longer. I think, I hope we see a V2 at least like once or twice in solos, because I feel like it is viable in solos, but I don't think the V2 in trios is going to be something we're going to see unless it's crazy play.
Yeah, the V2, I've actually had this discussion the other day where V2 for Syra in solos can work, but and I believe that it is a better choice for Yang. So Syra in Yang, I believe, does slightly better with V2 than V1, but in almost every other scenario, V1 is slightly the better option, you know, to heal off. And in the open world, just like these multi-way fights, it can be a lot better than the V2, but it is certainly possible. Absolutely, I agree. But we're going to be diving into this fight in the mines between OUG and GG, and Jinyu's already down, already eliminated. LXM with the parry, going to be making short work of Baby U. But as you can see, the other teams, they're circling, they're coming through the mine, and they're about to engage. The Tessa ultimate coming through, catching 2 of those players. LXM with that ultimate already ready to go, might be able to find himself a stun, but no, unfortunately not able to find one, I don't think. No, it doesn't. I don't believe there was a stun. I think that player simply avoided the stun and is just being staggered by that teammate, by 330. LXM diving back down, going down deeper into the mine shaft. CJS fighting off these players, trying to make something happen, but are they going to be able to actually win here as ASE have a better uptime? Well, going to have their ultimates very, very soon.
And GG doing a really good job of controlling it first, but it looks like the amount of teams jumping in on them was just too much for them to handle. They did get one of their players separated, where we saw 2 going up to fight Dongqing and try and finish off that elimination, where we still had 1 player of GG stuck down at the bottom fighting against all 3 players of ASE, and then trying to come in for the panic help. And it looks like this Viper comp actually making something happen here. We see the silence coming in played a huge part in taking those eliminations away and eliminating GG, sending them back to the Soul Altar for the first time. But GG starting this game off 4 eliminations right off the bat. It's not a bad start, especially since getting eliminated this early, giving you more chance to be able to scale up into the mid game before first Yang. They're in a spot right now where they're happy with what they did. They didn't immediately die off the rip. They got 4 eliminations. They almost had 2 full team wipes, but the third, fourth, fifth party, it gets difficult to keep sustaining your team after fight after fight after fight when these teams come in fresh and hungry and you've already fought a couple of times before. Taking a look now, ASE jump. DRG, I believe a couple of these DRG members have lost their lives already. 2 of them, Dongqing, still with his life available. It looks like WX98 going to use that Matari dash to get out of there. Xiao Wem with the Justina already going to try the dash. Huge jump parry out of nowhere. Dongqing going to get absolutely blitzed by all 3 players. Han and Miss doing an amazing job on the follow-ups there. And you're going to see another freeze coming through and the follow-ups from all of these players. Double staff combos coming through. Kakashi able to get the Syra ultimate up early enough, does not have enough time to be able to do anything attack-wise, but going to be able to heal himself up a little bit and try and put as much distance as possible between him and ASE. Kakashi ultimate going to be dropping pretty soon as ASE's Han and Miss are going to give chase. Kakashi popping that F to try and scale out of here, using the terrain to the best of his advantage. Unable to, huge parry going to come through, unable to get the punish off, and is going to find himself parried and sent back. And that is going to be his second life used. So their last remaining player, I believe Dongqing, going to go to the Soul Altar, try and complete some quests to get his team back into this game. It's not over for them yet, but it's not looking too great.
No, it is not indeed, Seb. We do have a 5-1 here on the outskirts. OUG in close proximity as well. I don't believe they're looking to scrap it out just yet. OUG doing a little bit of PvE questing, so to speak, trying to farm up a little bit of money, some Dark Tide coins to get in their wallet so that they can buy a few items from the Rift dealer. But they might not be looking for a fight. It looks as though TE may have spotted out OA PB on his own. At least for the moment, his teammates are rotating over. They are going to be able to get there in time before their teammate gets collapsed on 1 versus 3. It looks as though they're very willing to fight this out. BP getting knocked into the air, forced to use a combo breaker. The ultimate does come out. Syra beam being sent out. The orbs being sent to the floor to try and heal up their team. The Dazzle looking for it. He finds it. Xiao Nan getting locked up and taking a lot of damage. But speaking of damage, Tutik also receiving a chunk here and being knocked away. The Tumulk ultimate along with the Syra ult is now down. Tutik with the Takeda ultimate going to try and peel for himself and his teammates and try and find something. He gets himself an armor swap. Very nice indeed. They're going to be able to continue in this fight. Youth getting caught by this Takeda ultimate. The slash forwards. The parry comes through for him though, but it's still not going to connect. Still very low HP. Gianna getting overheld. The chip coming through. He does go down, but PP does lose all of his armor in the back. TE falling apart. It looks as though it is going to be over for them for the moment. Peak in the 1v3. Not very much he can do, and OA are going to dominate this fight, eliminate them, and make them have to resurrect elsewhere and try and recover their game. But OA very happy with that one. Scaling up, Takeda gonna be benefiting from that hugely going into this realm of Yang as it starts to spawn in a minute or so. WZ with their Moonbane potentially looking to find themselves a fight here. Cookie and Luo Ye diving in, trying to hold down these members of SS1, but they are playing that Viper, Tessa, Wuchen composition. So if they need to, they can just teleport away without a care in the world. And WZ, I believe, recognize this and have held off on pulling the trigger. Instead, are going to kite backwards and see what happens. Perhaps SS1 will take the bait and look to try and chase them down.
It looks like Water is going to give a little bit of a close chase, but they're not going to play this too aggressively. Yang is coming in pretty close, getting ready to spawn. These players are going to be keeping that in mind, especially when you're a team like Monk, Kylan, Rumi. This is somewhat a team that you're definitely going to be wanting to use in that realm of Yang, having the ability to grab, dash, and slash with your Tianhai ultimate, comboing that with the Kylan ult. The follow-up damage is really, the potential follow-up damage can be huge if you execute the strategy right, and it's what all these teams are attempting to do. We're going to see they're starting to make their way towards these Yang portals. Draco Storm is the buff that is going to be in the Spirit Well, so one of these teams might try and go for that. Could be TE, could be JL. Baoda looks to have conquered that outside the most northeast, Yang portal. OA at the northern end of the map are going to have the Yang portal to themselves, as there's going to be, as usual, a huge crowd in the middle waiting to jump in, and the feeding frenzy is going to start after that. There could be a few teams that could end up potentially going down to the Yang Reef. It's always unfortunate when that happens. Rebirths are just ending. You take a fight outside of the Yang, you go down, and it is a very unfortunate instance that happens on rare occasions. And we're going to see first Baoda versus OA. I believe this is a mirror matchup. So we are going to be seeing the same. Oh no, we have Takeda on the other team. So it's going to be Siphon with Syra versus the Monk comp with Syra and Kylan. This is going to be an interesting one here, seeing if the Monk is going to be able to capitalize. When it's a Monk on Monk game, you always see the Monks ulting early. Here, they're going to try and get in as much damage as possible beforehand, and now the Monk is going to come out. We're seeing the Syra in the sky. We're going to try and go for these grabs. Temi ultimate invested to protect from the grabs of ZZZT, and we know he's got the hands to be able to make some magic happen. He's going to go jump in on top of the pillar here, trying to see if he can grab these players who are jumping high in the sky. Looks like OA's Meng on the bottom gets one. Oh my goodness, ZZT with the hands. Tutik is going to get himself grabbed once. We're going to see the grab almost happen a second time there. The Kylan up slash was almost enough to make the grab connect. Unable to make anything happen though. The grapple cancel here on the PP, but ZZT going to be forced to use that bell, getting himself parried here, losing that staff. Tutik trying to get the elimination on the ZZT. Gets caught by the Wisp though. Misses the Furen, but the follow-up from the rest of his team is going to make it a successful elimination. Jing down, and now the last player, Zem, going to try and make something happen. Turns it into a 2v1 situation here. This is a winnable fight, and I spoke too soon. Ladies and gentlemen, OA winning the first realm of Yang. I was hoping for the 2v1 win from Baoda there, but the pull sword is a little bit too strong, especially when you don't have enough shield to cover.
Indeed, it's unfortunate indeed, but I would like to know, OA doing extremely well. You know, we saw Edward, or previously known as Wang Liang, coming out on top in the first day when he on his debut and first day of solos. He came out on top of the leaderboard, being first to end the day. And now OA performing extremely well on their first day so far with 41 points already. A massive performance from them. So, hey, OA might be a big name going forwards. They certainly seem to be performing extremely well. ASE having won their Yang, rotating around with this Vermilion Birds, might looking to try and find a fight and take advantage of this buff. But there aren't all that many teams up there. On the other hand, down here in the south, close to Shadow Jade Mine, we have Alliance scrapping out up against 5-2-1. Pampy able to iframe that Viper stun, avoiding the CC coming through. NY7 sliding in to this building to avoid the Monk grabs. But are we going to see too much come of this? We may see just a full reset come out from Alliance, as they do have that Wu Chen ready to go. Pampy having utilized that ultimate already. Ibin having used ult as well. They only have the zipping healing to actually really do anything here, so it might not be the fight they're looking for, but they do have this Vermilion Burst Might, so they might just try it anyway and see if they can get some eliminations under their belt. Yuma doesn't have that Tessa ultimate ready to go just yet, but soon will be able to send it out. There it is, Pampy avoiding it, not able to find the confirmation onto either of these players. Revenge now popping that Wu Chen ultimate. They are going to be disengaging and running for the hills. Thankfully for 5-1, it looks as though they know exactly where they went, and they're going to be giving chase regardless, perhaps. Oh no, I spoke too soon. They get a little bit close and then decide to not go for it. But you know who's going for it? Bowder. They have that Yang depletion. They need these soul blooms to cleanse this debuff, or they will be simply falling over after the 2-minute timer finishes off. And it looks as though they might be able to salvage the situation as they do manage to cleanse, I believe, all 3 members. Now, oh yeah, they did. There was a little bit of an update there. Bowder do in fact manage to cleanse all 3 Yang depletions here. GG close by, not going to be looking for the engagement just yet. Bowder definitely happy about that one.
Them with the Kylan ultimate yet again showing how dominant Kylan can still be in this meta. The monk was 1/2 a second away from hitting that ult button, knocked into the air, and then all of a sudden getting sent back to the soul altar. Zem doing a phenomenal job at playing his role as head damage with the Kylan. Just a textbook play there to be able to completely wipe them out without giving them any sort of chance to answer. As Zem is going to end up going down here, though. GG CJS going to be able to take that kill, as these players don't have any sort of buff. XX Lu is going to get grabbed here and sent into the storm a little bit. These players don't have Vermilions, but they did just cure their Yang depletion. It doesn't look too good for them, though. And look at the hands! These grabs are absolutely insane. ZZZT is just... He came to play today. His monk is phenomenal, and I'm cheering for ZZZT right now. Triple ZT. That's my guy.
Sleepy T. I feel like Sleepy T might be easier.
I like Sleepy T. Sleepy T is a good one.
Saying ZZZ is just a bit difficult.
Especially because you and I say Z instead of Z.
Yeah, exactly.
So
ZZZZT. You know, it's just like, how am I supposed to say this? It's just a sound effect at that point, though. Perhaps that's the point. It's just supposed to be a sound effect out of a comic book.
Onomatopoeia.
Yeah, exactly.
OUG getting taken pretty low here. We're going to see the Viper ultimate coming out, and ASE with this Justina comp, absolutely crazy, putting in so much work right now. OUG Shinyu is going to get eliminated, and this comp that we were very in question of at the start, we were like, oh, this is an interesting comp, Viper with Syra, and it's performing extremely well for them.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going pretty well for them. Perhaps there's something they know that we do not, but we'll talk more about that one later, as we do have this Realm of Yang on our hands. Pampy throwing hands, finding the grab onto Tutik, looking to find the other one, but not able to. Now just forced to go for the slam. Oh my goodness! I hope that was majestic, to say the least. The slam into the Kylan dash mid-air, into the regrab. Unfortunately, not able to go for another slam, as the ultimate did time out there. But the fight is certainly not over yet. OA actually struggling right here up against 5-1. The aggression from the SEA region, very difficult to overcome. PP doing his best, but his teammates he's gone down. Tutik has been eliminated, and it looks as though Meng may be following suit. Now PP with quite a bit of HP, but there's not very much he can do. The fist blades and the dual halberds in his face. What do you do? Someone tell me. There's nothing he can, in fact, accomplish here. He is just absolutely cooked with the fist blades just standing in front of you with that shadow dash ready to go, and then the dual halberds tech chase, the pressure from that vertical blue focus. If you tab dodge, you're getting cooked, my friend. And then the jump LMP from fist blades potentially on top of that. There is nothing you can do, sir, especially not with a Hang Sword in that situation. And there you have it. 5-1, going to come out victorious, pick themselves up that Draco Storm, and look to try and continue snowballing in this game. But what do we have here? I will say, this WZ, did they pick up this? Did they pick up that Mystic Might from a Spirit Well? So to speak, that they didn't have a choice in the buff, or did they pick that up from a Yang? I believe it would likely be a Spirit Well, no?
It would have had to been the Spirit Well. This is second Yang. We're not seeing any Vermilions, so there's no one picking up Mystic Might in their right mind unless it was a misclick.
Yeah,
but
surely not, right? It's very unlikely.
There's only two Yangs, and TE won theirs and 5-2-1 won theirs, so it had to have been Spirit Well.
Yeah. There's another Spirit Well close by, though. No, I thought I saw an active Spirit Well. We'll have to wait and see. Regardless, WZ with that Mystic Might. If you don't know what we're talking about, you know what Mystic Might does, which, to be honest, would not surprise me, chat, because no one really uses it anymore since Draco Storm got buffed and re-added into the game. You know, you're not really seeing it very often, but Mystic Might gives you a slight defense buff, gives you about 15 to 20% damage reduction, and then on top of that, it essentially gives you like a ESP. It gives you the ability to see enemies through walls. Just like when you pop the bell, when you hit the bell, it will reveal everyone within 100 meters. Now imagine that you are the bell, and that every so often you send out this sort of sonar that detects all of these players in the vicinity. It's on paper, it sounds pretty good, but in comparison to something like Draco Storm, it's just not really worthwhile, is it? You know, Draco Storm is just godlike.
Do you want a UAV or do you want a tactical nuke is the question, right?
Exactly.
You want to know where people are, or do you want to kill all the people?
Yeah.
You don't need to know where they are if you have so much power to be able to just absolutely dominate. And the Draco Storm's if you have Draco Storm, it's very forgiving. It's damaging your opponents when they're fighting you. It's also giving you health back while you're fighting. You don't need to pop heals. And just creating that pressure onto your opponents is enough to sometimes turn a fight completely on its head just because of the buff, solely because of the fact that normally in a fight they probably wouldn't win depending on whatever the comp is, but because of the Draco Storm buff, it allows them to do stuff like this where they're able to take out OA's Mang here. And it looks like it was a Yang depletion player, so they've completely lost their Temi into this fight. Syra still on that Yang depletion. Takeda, only player without the depletion left here on their team. As we're coming in to Circle 3, closing on to Circle 4, we've got 10 minutes left in the game. This end circle is going to be an interesting one. The terrain that we're playing on has lots of levels. It's not going to be too good for the monks, and I'm really, really excited to see how ASE is going to perform with this. The Justina freezes in an enclosed space, along with the Syra ult, along with the Viper. This could be a control lockdown final circle when it comes to these Syras, and the fact that most of the other Vipers have already been eliminated from this lobby. We see ASE, Alliance, JL, and SS1 still with Vipers. They're the only unique Viper comp left, as OA's PP trying to take this fight against GG's CJS, not wanting to engage too quickly, but does only have a minute and 10 seconds left. Looks like they're going to try and take to the skies and see where these other players are before re-entering into the zone. 1 minute left on the clock on that Yang depletion timer. If the timer hits 0, without him collecting a Soul Bloom, he will be fully eliminated from this game. So he needs to find a kill fast. He needs to collect that Soul Bloom, otherwise he's going to be in a lot of trouble. Meanwhile, GG, slow start to this game, 5 kills on the board, but they've got a decent scale and they've got a really good shot at coming away victorious. We could see. We've got 2 monk comps left, 3 monks left. We've got 1 Zai. And actually, I said that there weren't many Vipers left, but looking at the board, it is majority Viper comps.
Yeah, actually, yeah, there's quite a few Vipers left over. Interesting, to say the least, though. I'm actually quite surprised that there are this many Vipers when it's not really been like one of the things that dictates whether or not Viper comms do well within a lobby is whether or not the zone, the storm, pushes the game towards a sort of the northwest of the map, you know, close to Sunwing, where you have all of those very, very tall trees, allowing you to find these drop downs with Viper ults, etc. It makes it much easier for these Vipers to create openings onto opposing teams. And with these drop downs, you know, it's very hard to telegraph. Obviously, if you're in this game, if you're in this lobby, you've definitely got this in mind, so you're going to be very careful about it, but sometimes you just can't stop it from happening. But Alliance, they're looking to definitely dictate the pace here. They have that Draco Storm, they're trying to find some opportunities with it, but unfortunately nothing so far. JL now taking a fight with GG, getting engaged on XX. Leo trying to fend them off with this Viper ultimate, but not able to do so just yet. Pushing them behind the building, perhaps icing off a little bit of this pressure, but they've now been forced to teleport into the zone, and it looks as though this Viper is going to go down to that storm damage. The double res comes through, but are they actually going to be able to get back into the zone as it is slowly creeping further and further away from them? It doesn't look as though he's going to be able to get back in. GG sniff them out, find them. They smelled the blood in the water. They knew he was weak. They knew he was going down to the storm. They knew exactly where to look. But now they're going to be tasked with heading in further towards the safe zone with all of these teams ready and waiting for them. WZ Luoye in a very, very difficult position in that 1v3. Not only is it a 1v3, it's a 1v3 against Draco Storm and Viper. He's cooked. It's just absolutely over for him. He's not getting out of that one alive. Thankfully, his teammate is still alive. I believe Cookie was hiding in one of those houses close by. However, managing to get that resurrection off is not going to be easy. And look at this, Seb. It's just chaos.
One thing I thought it would be helpful to mention, GG actually got the kill credit for when XX1 died in the zone the first time, and then when he gets revived, they get the kill credit again. So they got a 2-for-1 special there. Giving them just an extra kill bonus for that TP out. Oh my goodness, NY7 surfing the Bane. Oh wow, at one game we see 3 players die. The next game we see NY7 running through the Bane, knowing exactly when to dodge and not getting hit at all. As we're gonna see, it looks like an SS1 player getting hit down at the bottom. TE holding that small sliver of the roof right there. We see ASE is at the very top. They're doing a good job at holding this. SS1 have this bottom side here. This is a risky spot to hold. Rotating is going to mean passing right through that Bane's Breath. So they could be in a dangerous area. GG now taking that low ground spot, waiting for these other players to arrive from the higher area, going into that Spirit Well. GG really wanting this here. It looks like they're going to start to go in, hold the spot. No gold jades to be able to fend off the pressure like lots of these players do. They try to get that Aurora Burst, Cloud Weaver, Dragon Roar for the nunchucks to be able to hold off these Spirit Wells with a little bit of extra comfort. NY7 now jumping in to try and capture this as well. They've got it halfway done. GG backing off for the meantime. They're both rocking the same comp, so dropping in on them could possibly work, but it looks like they are just going to let them have it, backing off and waiting for these players as they all jump down. The circle begins to close. Eventide Temple is not open for business anymore. These players all forced to run down, while Alliance still holding that Spirit Well very strong.
Indeed. Are they going to be able to secure it? 5-2-1 coming in at the edge of the zone. DRG and Alliance contesting this. WZ Cookie, I believe we see him there flying through the air. I don't think he was able to resurrect his teammate, so he might be on his lonesome, but he does have golden armor, and I believe he is playing Kylin. So it is a salvageable situation, and it looks as though now Alliance, they've been holding off on capturing this Spirit Well, now dropping that ultimate, and then immediately regenerating it by capturing the Spirit Well and getting themselves that buff. Yuma getting that White Tiger's prowess for them. It's not the Draco, but it is certainly a very strong buff to have in this end zone, giving you that massive healing and the shockwave whenever you get an elimination. It is not what it used to be. Well, if any of you were here last year, you remember what I'm talking about. It's not what it used to be. It did get nerfed, but it is certainly still a very strong buff to have. WZ Cookie getting caught in the mix there, I believe. He did take a little bit of damage, but he's not down for the count just yet. SS1, a dangerous position, now able to get the reset off. You know, this is a bit spicy. It's getting a little spicy. It's heating up. We do have all of these players just lurking in the edges of these zones. It looks as though ASE Han may have been put in a bad spot and now forced to use that ultimate. His teammate missed, having gone down to that Viper stun previously. Not going to be able to get that resurrection. Han trying his best to salvage the situation and get at least some value, putting a little bit of pressure onto Alliance. The Tessa ultimate coming through as well might spell disaster for them if the combo comes through. The Viper is coming in. The Tessa ultimate. Oh my goodness, Alliance, you might be cooked here. The blender in the building, absolutely shredded. Nothing they can do. The Tessa ultimate was exactly what needed. Whoa! Wait a minute.
My God.
Oh my goodness. The Viper ultimate with the Wu Chen teleport almost stunning every single person there. That was a lot of purple I saw on screens.
It reached out for half a second. SS1 dropped behind the building. It didn't look like too many people were ending up getting stunned. TE holding the last shack in the zone on the inside. SS1 Water, 1 HP in a dream right now, is going to go out. WZ Cookie picking up the elimination. 5-2-1 Pampy is going to be on the bottom side. We're seeing the Monk ults come up now. ZZT, our resident hand thrower. Pampy coming through, trying to see if he can get a grab off of anyone. The Wu Chen port's going to come in, not able to capitalize on too much happening. There's so many Mataris as well. Han is going to get grabbed here. Pampy going to pick up that grab, trying to go for the double. Han is going to get eliminated. And too bad we didn't really get to see the ASE combo happen with their unique comp, but Pampy picking up a beautiful elimination, and ZZT is going to also demonk Pampy, trying to capitalize on the demonk stress. And Ivan now jumping through with these Kylan slashes, just sending everybody up in the air. Zem now forced to pop that Kylan ult as well, trying to send it back and forth, knocking Jing way far out into the zone. Ivan on that immortality stretch. Zem still has a lot of HP for his ultimate, has 3 slashes left plus the immortality stretch. He's going to try and knock somebody out of the zone, knocking these players back, and immortality is going to be popped for Zem now, trying to get this 5-2-1 team down, but the healing and sustain is so much for them. Backing off, Pampy able to get his ultimate back, grabs ZZT, gets the double grab, the double slam, but oh my goodness, CJS with the F ability to be able to avoid some of that. We are going to see the stun from the Tessa coming out as well. CJS is going to go down to 5-2-1. 5-2-1 absolutely cleaning up this lobby right now. We're going to see the Viper ultimate as well coming out. That's SS1 Zuon, able to get almost everybody. Bowda's Zem doing a great job at avoiding that. Bowda's Jing trying to hold the top side here, sending these shots up with the Syra, fighting in an aerial dogfight, as we're going to be seeing Cookie trying to make some last damage happen and last eliminations happen. But who's going to win? 3 seconds left. I believe there's 3 teams alive. DRG, Kakashi, and TE's Peak, the last remaining players. No one getting the multiplier. I don't even know who won.
Yeah.
What a crazy finish. I think 5-2-1 took it, but it could have been Bowda as well. ASE with the 13 eliminations, but they did go out early. Oh.
And there it is. It looks as though it was indeed 5-2-1 taking that MVP in the end. As you said, unfortunately, no team was able to secure that placement multiplier, as only the team that comes in first place is going to get that multiplier on the kills that they have. And so, considering that there was a draw at the end, no team is going to be able to get their hands on it. It is just going to be purely based on kills and those placement points. But 5-2-1, very, very nice indeed. Able to get that Monk ult back online at the end. The grabs coming through. The Viper ultimate did look pretty scary. I saw Cookie on his own. He survived a long time. Props to Cookie for surviving that long and then getting to all the way to that end bit. The Viper ult, he's just like, what do they do? And he just pops out and stands in the middle and just hopes for the best. He tries to get something to happen, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to really get all that many kills, as there was so much going on. But 5-2-1 clutching it up in the end. I think it still may be pretty close between the MVP and the second place team there in terms of points, but we'll have to wait and see until we actually take a look at that scoreboard. For the moment, we're still unsure, but props to 5-2-1 for a massive MVP in game number 3. The monks that game, Seb. Sleepy T's kind of cooking with those grabs. He is kind of looking like the GOAT monk right now. I don't think we've seen another monk get as many grabs as he has so far.
I mean, that's why that's why his name is Sleepy T, because he's just grabbing everybody, slamming them on the ground and putting them to sleep.
Yeah, exactly.
It's you know,
go to sleep.
I know what you're saying. Go to sleep. If you know, you know. If you know, you know, chat. Oh my goodness. I'm having such a good time right now. This has been a phenomenal first 3 games. The hands, one of my favorite mechanics in Naraka, so it's been great to see Sleepy T popping off. Bauda doing an amazing job at controlling these situations, climbing up in the ranks as well. At 5-2-1, taking an MVP, that is phenomenal. Is that their second MVP of the day? Did they take one already?
No. I don't think I don't think
okay.
5-2-1. Not today. Not so far.
Okay. I was thinking that
well,
they MVP, but they're doing really well, and I'm super happy to see them playing in the top 6 rather than the bottom. It's a big change. We used to see the 5-2-1 get double eliminated before first Yang.
Yeah, I mean, a lot has changed. And they've stepped up. Absolutely.
You've got to give them credit where credit is due. Like the amount of improvement they've made in such little time under the amount of pressure that they are on, putting like them and BBE are the only ones representing for the SEA region at the NBPL. So they have so much pressure on them to perform, and they're doing it. They're showing up this season, and I'm really happy to see that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Especially after J-Cup, their performance at J-Cup was certainly telling that they were going to be potentially turning up big in this year's NBPL. And what do you know? That's exactly what's happening. But here we are taking a look at the scoreboard off the back of Game 3, and it wasn't actually as close as I thought it was. 5-2-1 for 17.5, 4 points ahead of ASE in second place, with 13 eliminations, TE with 8, SS1 with 9, GG with 9, OA with 8, Bauda with 4, WZ with 4. Hey, props to Cookie, surviving that long. That was very well done indeed. 13.5, 10.5, 10, 10, 8, 6. Still, solid game from quite a few of these teams. Not so great from some of those at the bottom of that scoreboard, but every team's going to have some of these games. No, I don't think there's ever been a series where a team has literally just absolutely dominated every single game. There's been 5 games, 5-game MVPs, but I don't think there's ever been a full 6. It happens. It is what it is. The best thing you can do is try and bounce back and not let it get to you and not let it tilt you for the remainder of the series. But here we are taking a look at the stats from these players. 22,000 healing from Yin on that zipping. We've got Pampy with 19,000 damage, and then 21,000 damage coming out from Ivan on that Kylin. Big numbers, big performance from them, going up to 29.5 off the 3 games. Certainly a very good performance. As we can see, OUG, OUG is a legendary roster right now. It is different from what it used to be, but it's still a legendary roster. Bauda's U, who is now OUG's baby U, he's legendary. He's a veteran, and he's an absolute machine. And considering that 5-2-1 is currently ahead of them in the standings, that is something to behold in and of itself. But here we are taking a look at the top of the leaderboard. GG on 97.5 now. DRG in second with 85. Bauda in third with 80.4. WBG not playing today are still on 79.8. still at 4th place after 3 games of their second day. Pretty solid. ASE was 74 and SS1 breaking into that top 6 with 71.5.
If they're able to hold 4th place after 3 games with that huge game score, imagine how many points WBG is going to put up in day 3 to reclaim that 1st place spot. It's going to be a wild one. Make sure you guys tune in next week. But you know, right now we're going to be hopping into game 4 in a second here. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got our highlights brought to you by China Unicom, best mobile network out there. GG taking the early pick fight and able to absolutely dominate in the Shadow Jade Mine against OUG, and then losing to ASE here. ASE, this is where their climb has started. They were able to take out GG in the early game. They had a very good scale going through, and some sort of execution failed near the end where one of their players got caught out. The Viper did get stunned, and they weren't able to recover from that. They're kind of contingent on their Viper to be able to finish what they wanted to do. And OA here as well. They put in some good work at the start and into the mid game. We didn't see too much of them near the end, but you know, they had a good mid and early game going on. 5-2-1, obviously the MVPs of the game, very great in the realm of gangs here. We're going to see them dominate OA, and this was a big one too. You know, 5-2-1 not normally taking these realm of gang fights, starting to take them this season, and they're winning consistently. And this is where we had that huge Viper stun coming in on all of Alliance, just getting absolutely melted by SS1. That is the textbook version of the play. That's the ideal play that they show when you're talking about getting the Tessa stun into the Viper stun. That's how it is supposed to turn out every time. Obviously, it's not perfect. People get spread out. But when you can trap somebody in that area, absolutely amazing. And Ibin, 5-2-1's Ibin with 20,000 damage, 6 kills, 5 assists. No gold jades, ripple step, and jabbing. Skills and ultimates, obviously, Kylan ultimate, taking the majority of his damage with almost 50% of his damage going to his Kylan ult, the rest of it going to his various weapons, fist blades primarily, and the Hom sword.
Absolutely enormous from them. Phantom Step Gaming able to do a considerable amount with this Kylan ultimate. And it's, I mean, Phantom Step in a lobby full of Vipers, it's exactly what you want, because going invisible, breaking that line of sight is going to allow you to avoid the Viper stun and the Viper stagger from that ultimate. So very nice indeed. Perhaps that's what really, really helped them out going into that game. These kind of Jades can be extremely impactful, but that's not to take away from the fact that they definitely played extremely well. And it's great to see the SEA regions coming through and absolutely just dominating. I thought it was going to be close at the end for the points, but no, it wasn't really all that close. They had quite a few more kills than the second place team, and hopefully we continue to see that moving forwards for not only for the rest of today, but in the future in the upcoming bi-weeklies. But we're going to have to wait and see. For the moment, we do have a quick interview for you before the next game, so stick around for that, and we'll be right back.
Hi guys, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have 暴打 XEM come to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 也是新小恶魔，先跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是暴打的小恶魔。
Okay, welcome. So the first question will be, how do you feel after you got the Jacob champion and for this season? 那第一个问题肯定是要问一下，在拿下了这个世界冠军之后，来到了这个赛季是有什么样不同的感受吗？
没什么感受吧，再拿个春冠。
I feel just nothing. Maybe I can get one more champion for this season. Wow. Okay, so we can see for this patch, like we can say it's a kind of colorful patch because we can see so many like different combinations in the game. So how do you think about this patch? Do you think it's fitable for you, or do you like it or not? 那其实对于这个赛季，我们也可以说是一个非常多彩的百花齐放的赛季。毕竟我们能看到这么多不同英雄的组合。对于你来说，你喜欢这个版本吗？或者说你觉得这个版本适合自己吗？
我觉得这个版本挺适合自己的吧。因为上期能玩了。
Okay, I really like this patch, and I think this patch is quite fitable for me because I can play Kylan for this time. Okay, let's move on to our answer projector, please. So this time our question is, which hero did Balda XCM choose twice so far? A. Kylan, B. Hadi, C. Syra, D. 天海。那我们这次的问题是小恶魔，在前3把的比赛当中，哪个英雄选择了2次呢 ？A 是张起灵 ，B 是哈迪 ，C 是希拉 ，D 是天海。So please count down the time， 也是给我们倒计时一下吧。
3, 2, 1。
Okay, screenshot everyone, and what's the answer? 答案是什么？
答案是 A。
Yes, the answer is A. Well, so for this time you fight for Balda, and you have 2 new teammates. So how do you think like your cooperation so far? 那其实这次来到了暴打这个战队啊，也是多了2个新队友。目前来说，觉得合作下来感觉怎么样？
磨合有待提升吧，也还没有发挥完全的实力。
Okay, I think we still need time to improve ourselves. And I think they are very ability, and we still have time to practice. Okay, well, for the last question, I think we no longer need to talk about how important the board fight is, but I still want to ask you, like which team you think got the best board fight so far? 那其实我觉得我们已经不用再去探讨这个落地架的重要性了。那我也要问一下你，你觉得在我们现在这些队伍里面，谁的落地架打得最好
？GG 吧。
Really? I think it's GG. Okay, who's the worst? 那谁是最不好的呢？
也是 GG 吧。
Oh, so GG. Why? Why you choose GG for twice? 为什么2个都是 GG 啊？
因为我们打得过他，打不过别人。
Okay, I think we can we can win GG, but we can't win others. Okay, well, we can see even you already left Chengdu Wolves and came to Baoda, but you still have a really good friendship with GG. Well, thanks for doing this interview. 那也是谢谢小恶魔来到我们这一次的采访啊，非常有意思，也是在祝你之后的比赛好运吧。So good luck for you for the following games. Okay, that's all for the interview. Bye bye, everyone.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Naraka Bladepoint Pro League. This is week 1, day 2 of solos, groups B and C. I'm your host and caster, Seb. I'm joined alongside Dunkin' Donuts, the fire dog of the century. And we are here getting ready for game number 4. This has been a day. I've been trying to keep up with, the scrims that have been going on the side, but nothing could have prepared me for the level of intensity that has been brought by these players today. It is just full-on aggression at all times, non-stop. Like, they're playing so well. The skill ceiling has climbed so high ever since we've had this pro league running over the years. And these players they make very few errors anymore. We used to see errors all the time, and now it's like there's no mistakes in the gameplay, and it's just so amazing to watch.
No, you're absolutely right. The just sort of the standard of pro play has just continued to rise and rise. It feels like every year, every few months, we have new tech being found and new compositions, new like strategies and all that sort of thing, and just the refining of those micro aspects, like the mechanics and all of that sort of thing. It is truly impressive. But hey, before we get into our next game, we're going to be going into a short break, so don't go anywhere. We will be back very soon. We'll see you then.
新春到，好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑。说了个江湖义士叫蓝梦，他会幻术。
Gather round, one and all, for a wonder like none other. Huh? Ah, we have an audience. Behold my mystical talents, passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Hello again and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dunkin' Donuts, joined by Seb here. We are your casters for today. We're going to be heading into our fourth game of the day very soon. The second half has begun. It is now Firefly time. We're at night in the evening and it's going to get spicy as uptime is going to be greatly increased. As we all know, you can go around to get these Fireflies, and these teams, they plan their routes, their pathing and rotations around the map based off of these Fireflies so that they can get the maximum value along with their looting and hunting paths. So I'm very excited to see what we have cooked up for us in this upcoming game, but not only in terms of strategy, but also in terms of character choices and team compositions, as those things can change significantly depending on whether or not there are Fireflies in play. And I wonder if we'll see all that much change in the upcoming game. Do you think we'll see anything different or not so much?
I think we're gonna see more Zai. Fireflies, when the Fireflies come out, Zais are generally thriving because it's such a high damaging ult, and with the burn damage, when you don't have high tiered armor, you only have blue armor and gray armor, it does give you a significant advantage if you're able to find, let's say, like a blue or purple weapon and get a Zai ult right away. Going into a team like that, it's just very, very difficult to defend against when the Fireflies are out, because you get that Zai ult so early. You'll see these players in Morris by the waterfall area getting this Zai ult, these Kylan ultimates. I don't think we're going to see too much of a difference. Like, just like maybe a bit more Zai, a little bit less Viper. I think that's just like maybe 1 or 2 less Vipers, 1 or 2 more Zais. It's not going to be a drastic change, so you're not going to notice it too much when it comes to mid game and end game, but you'll see it a lot in the early game, a lot of Zai ult.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see that happening. And Zai as well, off spawn, if you're going to be landing on these Fireflies, the fact that you don't actually need to have a weapon at all on Zai, and then you can just grab the 2 Fireflies and use your ultimate, and then you get given the weapon, essentially, makes it a very, very difficult character to contest with at the beginning of the game. So I believe you are absolutely right there. We may see some Zai ultimates popping off in that early game. But who knows? Who knows what else we'll see? A lot of surprises have been coming through, and this is a new group that we haven't seen play today, so maybe something will differ compared to the previous day of trios. We'll have to wait and see. For the moment, we're still waiting for the start of the game. It is going to be happening very, very soon, so prepare yourselves. Get your snacks ready, as we're going to be going into the second half of the day. I'm interested to see as well whether or not certain teams who perhaps didn't perform all that well on the non-Firefly maps perform better on the Firefly maps. We've seen this happen many a time where certain teams have preferences or just seem to have different performances depending on which maps that they're on. You know, some teams prefer the non-Firefly, some teams prefer the Firefly because they just have plans set out for those kind of maps. And there's no real answer for them for these strategies, as if you manage to get there first and you manage to win that off drop, you're going to be set up for the rest of the game potentially.
Yeah, and I think this plays a big part into the psychological aspect of the game. Is like, you're starting with Fireflies, you're starting with your ultimate, you have a little bit of extra confidence, and if you're able to successfully win that starting fight, let's say all of your players get the Fireflies, the enemy team doesn't get any Fireflies, you're able to take them out early, you get that scale, you get that confidence in taking out one team really, really early, and it boosts your ego, it boosts your confidence, it boosts your mentality for the next going into that mid game and end game. Whereas like if you have a slower start, it might be harder for you to get going mentally, and there is that mental block that could be happening when, you know, Fireflies go right away. You're on right from the start, but when you're playing non-Fireflies, you're like, okay, like, you know, we have a little bit of time, let's loot, let's get ready, then let's get into a fight. I think that plays somewhat of a role in it. On the other hand, you know, the Fireflies they do give way for crazy early game fights, which can lead into like a second party, a third party, fourth party, fifth party, sixth party, and you know, that's when all the kills are picked up.
No, absolutely. These sort of like very hectic and like very difficult to maneuver early games are what can spell like a big success for a lot of teams, but big disaster as well for some. Because if you get caught in those situations where it's the fourth party, the fifth party, the sixth party, the seventh party, you know, eventually you're just gonna run out of gas and just not be able to keep going. You're not gonna be able to deal with it at all. And it is just simply something that does happen, and it's sometimes not avoidable either. But taking a look here, looks as though Cookie, he had that big smile on his face before, but it looks as though he's gotten a bit more serious now going into this into this fourth game. Perhaps we're finally seeing the lock-in from WZ, or perhaps that tilt factor is getting to them. But however, I will doubt it. I do doubt that, considering that they are veterans. But only time will tell for the moment. I want to know, give it to me. Show me what characters are going to be played, and whether or not there's going to be all that much difference. I think the Zai is definitely going to be a prevalent pick. But at the same time, will we see some more Kylin? It's kind of with that ultimate refresh is very handy. And then on top of that, the Viper is also rather useful with these Fireflies, as you can... Tessa already has extremely good uptime on her ultimate, as it's not it's a 60% cast requirement as opposed to 100%. So having that Firefly, you know, it's going to give you that ultimate on like online off of just one Firefly essentially at the beginning of the game. So we may see quite a few Viper compositions. But let's wait and see. We do have WZ, JL, 521, and OA be picking in that first round selection. Second round, Alliance, GG, SS1, OUG, and then last round, TE, DRG, ASE, and Bowder. And we're going to be going over to an evening time Holoroth. No Starry Night, unfortunately, but as to much of Moxie's dismay, I know her Starry Night is her favorite map of Holoroth. But we are going over to the Dusk. But here we are, Seb. What are we predicting?
Syra.
Syra? Yeah.
Syra.
No
Syra.
question.
No question. No two ways about it. Syra is going to be dropped in. OA, baiting us a little bit. Ooh, we're going to pick something else. But I am going to be guessing that Syra shall be locked in there in just a second. They're just, letting the time go down, making everybody sweat a little bit. But there we go. Syra coming through. We've got 3 different Syra comps in the first one there, as we're going to see in the next round. It's going to be Alliance, OUG, SS1, and GG. The Monk Kylan for Alliance, the Zai Matari Rumi for OUG, Monk Kylan, and Monk Kylan with the Zip variation for the other 2 teams, ASE, Bauda, TE, and DRG. Last round to pick. Lots of heroes with point increase, so it's going to put them in a spot where they're going to pick up some points playing these heroes here. And yeah, we're going to see the Monk Kylan comp come out with the zipping variant, and then the rest of that is going to go into blind date. ASE, give us something unique. Give us something fun here. Okay, yeah, we're gonna get to see this comp again. I'm excited. I want to see Endgame with this comp because I feel like it goes crazy.
I mean, it could do. I think the thing is, though, problem with that composition is that it kind of needs the stars to align for it to really succeed in Endgame. But if you somehow just get chipped down, if you're not able to really, you don't have that much sustain except for the Syra, it can be quite difficult to really manage, but it is certainly possible, and I can see it being rather explosive, especially if they do get the ball rolling early. But we'll have to see. We're about to head into our 4th game of Trios Day 2. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. What are these players going to be choosing for their abilities? Are we going to see anything goofy, anything silly, or are we going to see the norm, the meta, the optimal choices, or at least the consensus of what is the optimal choice? Because that has been warping and changing slightly recently. We'll have to see. But yeah, it looks as though certain teams are still very confident in the zipping Kylin Monk. They like this composition, it seems. They're happy to go for it. The Justina Viper Syra composition, F2V1 for the Viper, F2V1 for the Justina, and the F1V1 for the Syra, I believe. So it's nothing crazy. No V1 Takedas, only V3, probably for the best. I remember when I first saw it, I genuinely thought it was a misclick. I thought that they just made a mistake, but no. When the second team picked it up, I guess there's something there. There might be something there. Who knows, really?
It's crazy how much of a flex pick Syra is.
Yeah.
it's so wild that Syra can be basically rotated through every single different composition. Where you can play her with Monk, you can play her with Viper, you can play her with Zai, you can play her with Kylan, you can play her with all the healers. Like, imagine we got a Karumi Zip Syra comp. I don't think that would ever actually happen, but
that would be interesting.
It'd be fun to watch.
They'd be a struggle to take down. They've got a lot of healing, but I'm not sure how effective they'd be in taking people down themselves.
At the end of the day, that's what matters most, is taking your opponents down, as DRG's Kakashi and WX98 are going to be able to finish the elimination onto 521's Yin. Pampy next to go here, the 3v1, and Ivan with the ultimate going to try and make something happen. WX98 could get hit here, but the Tessa ult's going to come in, could prevent him from coming away with this elimination, and it looks like WX98 is going to go down. Ivan is going to end up getting stunned out. Oh, beautiful dodge away there right at the end of the Tessa stun. Ivan able to pick himself up one elimination with that ultimate, and the third party is going to finish off 5-2-1. The Ballista coming in here. Bauda in trouble from DRG, losing WX98, but oh my goodness, the Ballista damage. ZZT, Sleepy T, is going to get eliminated by the Ballista. We're going to see some geysers coming into play here. Zem getting sent for a ride. Dongqing is going to get eliminated here. Beautiful F coming into play from Bauda Zem. We're going to see the one charge coming through. Everyone just bouncing, playing a game of levels right now. Kakashi in a bit of a tough spot. Oh my goodness, who got it off first? And it looks like Kakashi is going to get eliminated as Bauda takes back to the skies again, and WX98 trying to make a break for it.
Indeed, but here we are, moving on over to the other side of the map. We have Alliance and JL scrapping it out. NY7 in that Vajra state, the Monk form, the Titan throwing hands, trying to find a grab, not being able to do so just yet, but simply his existence, the fact that he's throwing the grabs, applying so much pressure to JL, the Takeda getting grabbed, tossed down, slammed. I believe the ultimate is not active. No, he has the F1 currently active, that slight purple hue about him. He does find the slam. He gets the RKO, but oh my goodness, it's not going to be enough. He gets caught by the fan, juggled and sent down, sent to the Soul Realm, and I believe his teammate is going to be following suit very shortly. Kukutu desperately trying to make something happen, maybe a little bit extra, maybe an armor swap, maybe something, but no. Alliance cut him down and eliminate the team entirely, picking up 3 eliminations off the bat. Speaking of eliminations, we have Bauda on 4, ASE on 3, OA on 3, 521 on 1, and WZ with 1 as well. Speaking of WZ, we are here taking a look at them with the Syra Matari Zai composition. But this new Zai outfit and accessories, very nice indeed. This newest skin line I know is very popular amongst the community. They are very big enjoyers, and props to the Naraka Cosmetics team. Beautiful aesthetics are very nice indeed. I always like to shout them out. They're doing a great job. Doing a absolutely banger job. We love to see it, and I'm highly looking forward to the Taka Extreme outfit and the hairstyle. Perhaps I will be going. I'll be going broke after that releases. XD.
That's the thing, is I think the Naraka Cosmetics team has done a little bit too good of a job, because they just know how to empty my bank account so quick. Oh, new box. Let's open. Oh my goodness, it's just perfectly done, because like
they know what they're doing.
Skins are so phenomenal in this game. Everything that I've ever spent on Naraka, I have never regretted a single cent. Worth every skin I own, worth every penny. Do I wish I had a SAR skin? Yes, but like, you know, that's a discussion for a later date. ASC Xiaowen using his Justina dashes to get out as fast as possible. These Syras just putting so much pressure. Always 2-take. hungry for an elimination with that Xyl, trying to see if he can get some damage off. Does have that burn charge coming through, is going to be able to get the damage onto Mist coming through, but the ultimate is going to come out from Mist on the Viper. Matari ultimate pop for OA to counter that, and the burn, oh my goodness, the Matari dash comboed with the Xyf rocket. What an elimination. It coming through. ASC's Han, the last remaining player, and OA's 2-tick picking up another elimination. Did you see that? That was insane.
They are truly gaming, sitting on 6 eliminations now. The kill leaders within the lobby. They're getting the ball rolling. They might be able to snowball this, but anything it can happen. We'll have to wait and see. We're gonna have the Realm of Yang spawning in a minute or two, a couple of minutes. We've still got a bit of time. This team's getting ready to go in. WZ, unfortunately, only on the 1 kill. They haven't managed to find themselves any purple armors, but still, this is still like it's still derivative of the budget composition, the budget comp that originally was Matari, Zai, and either Kurumi or Zipping, and it was referred to as the budget composition because it could succeed with only 1 purple armor on the Zai because of the amount of healing, the ability resets that you had with this composition. You were able to get away with just having 1 purple armor, and so it was dubbed the budget composition, where in comparison to something like the Takeda comp, the Sand Siphon, where you needed to scale up with the Takeda V3 to truly get all that much value, it was that the opposite of it, and you could get away with it for sure. But now it's been changed. We've replaced Kurumi and Zipping with the Syra. Syra is another resource that needs to be scaled, though. So with the Kurumi and the Zipping, they didn't really require all that much scaling. You didn't need the high grade weapon. You didn't need the high grade armor. So we'll see how it works out.
And we're going to be taking a look at 5-2-1 scaling close to these the frozen lake. You can see Yang Portal is spawning pretty close. It looks like they're heading further away from it, as SS1 and Alliance making their way to the other side. I believe that Bane is going to be for Alliance since they're heading directly there. SS1 going to be heading to the far Yang Portal, all the way in Narnia over there. TE going to be getting the one closer to the Yushan Ruins. The middle one, as always, crowded. OUG, DRG, OA. I believe there's Bauda's there as well. Everybody's joining up in the party in the middle. We've got ASE and JL on the other side as well. We're going to be seeing GG holding this one out. SS1 just getting a bit of loot here. They're taking the passive approach to this game. No eliminations on the board. Oh, my mistake, ladies and gentlemen. The Yang Portal was just out of view. It looks like they are going to be attempting to go into the Yang. This Kylan comp, it does seem like the play when they're going into the Realm of Yang, especially having that the Monk ult in the mirror matchups. It's definitely something that you want to have while fighting. And this Yang is about to drop. Let's see who gets in. Let's see who gets pushed out. GG ready to go in. Looks like they aren't going to make it, though. Unlucky. Oh, my goodness.
That is rough, to say the least. It is what it is. Sometimes you just don't get into the realm of Yang. We've all experienced it. But for those that do, they get to scrap it out. And speaking of, we've got OA up against VN 521 Pampy going for the jump into the F1, looking to try and frontline for his team. The uppercut into the 2-on-1, unable to really find the value onto the uppercut target, but able to turn it around onto the Matari. Meng at 1 HP, and the Dream is in that ultimate, dashing through the enemy team, able to heal up just a little bit. Pampy now getting tossed around, is able to make it into that Kurumi circle as Yin brings it over to him, trying to regenerate that HP in that ultimate. Will he be able to actually stand tall in the face of this Zai and the Matari, who's continuously dashing through him? The ultimate from the Syra is certainly impactful. The orbs going down, but not enough to save 2-tick. Pampy with the juggle, able to knock up that Matari. PP now coming out of that ultimate is getting a lot of pressure sent his way. Oh, the uppercut off of the pole sword, off of that Matari dash, doing quite a bit of damage, but it's not enough to eliminate Pampy. Pampy's still alive and kicking with that advanced heal. They are going to be victorious. It's just a matter of time now. Moving on over to SS1 and JL. It looks as though JL is fallen short. SS1 dominating here. Kuku is going to be going down here. It is just a matter of time. They're delaying it ever so slightly as they can extend the effective duration of the buff further on into the game.
And what if 5-2-1 has had me stunned at every turn. It looked like it was coming up all OA there. And the peel they had onto the OA Zai, where it looked like Pampy was going to die, and the Takeda comes in and saves his teammate from the Zai, and they stun him over and over again, knock him back into the air, hit him with 3 fan focus attacks in a row with the finisher to come and take that elimination. The tipping point in the fight that made it go from 5-2-1 to from OA's victorious position to back down, where 5-2-1 came victorious. It was just a phenomenal play there. They were able to hold out just for the perfect time, perfect use of the Furens. We're now going to take a look. TE's peak coming through. TE winning their Realm of Yang. TE not having the greatest performance today, so winning a Realm of Yang really big for them here. We're going to see dashes coming through and the Tessa ult coming around. Youth trying to make this happen onto Kakashi, able to get him in the air, gets him, almost gets it the next time, but the Wu Chen port coming in a little bit too quickly here. Unable to make anything happen, was so close to coming away with that elimination. The juggle in the sky, if it weren't for that Wu Chen ult, Kakashi would be eliminated right now. And it looks like they're just going to be holding on to the Enigma, waiting for them to come and try and attack. There we go. Xiaonan is going to get focused on.
Oh, we're in a dangerous position right now. Kakashi with that Viper Stun is going to come through. The Tessa ultimate on top of that one, absolutely obliterating TE's peak up against the wall. Nothing he can do, but wait a minute. TE, it may be able to turn this. If they find that double grab, they might be able to turn the tables on them, but it doesn't look as though he's going to be able to do it. The Wu Chen shield wall is too much. They cannot send those grabs through the wind wall. It is not possible. Xiaonan still fighting to the last, trying to find this elimination onto the Wu Chen. He does indeed find it, caught by the Tessa ultimate, not able to grab the Soul Bloom. The Tessa is going to lock down Youth as well. And WX98 is going to get resurrected, and DRG absolutely popping off, going up to what I believe was, they picked up 3 eliminations there, so they're certainly above that, but I can't actually see them on the left-hand side of the screen because they're just too high on the leaderboard. Alliance now scrapping it out up against JL. One Fang coming in with that focus attack, the RMB on the freeze from the Ice Butterflies. Yuma prancing around, trying to find an opening, trying to find an opportunity to dive forwards, but it doesn't look as though he's being given one. And Alliance, they need 2 more Soul Blooms. They've cleansed one, but they need to cleanse the other 2. NY7 trying to find the grabs onto GG, but they're not gonna be able to do so. No one to lock them down, no one to stagger and secure these grab confirmations. NY7 getting chipped down from the back. The grapples coming on through. They're gonna try to continue chasing down GG, but it's not an easy task. This cliff face is gonna make it very difficult for them to actually catch up to them, and it looks as though NY7 is getting grief from behind. The grapples slowing down his chase, and it's gonna be a tough one to surpass with only 17 seconds and counting left on this Yang depletion debuff.
Yeah, this is a tough situation right now. NY7 is just going to end up taking the L, getting out of there. Revenge is going to go down. We're going to see Yuma take out XX10 as a little bit of an exit frag there. We might see him pick up that Soul Bloom, so he could still be in this fight, but we know a couple of these players have gotten down to that Yang depletion. GG's LXM going to be making a bit of an exit here, and as always, PP also going down to that Yang depletion, as you can see in the kill feed. SS is going to be eliminated. ASC's on coming away with that elimination, as OUG trying to get that body back up. Mist is going to back off, respecting the Kurumi ult here, but OUG and Bauda are going to start going at it. Shinyu coming through with the last seconds of that Zai ultimate, able to get a kill onto Jing. Absolutely beautiful elimination. Zem trying to make something happen, and the portal outs are going to make everybody disappear. Matari ultimates are out as well. Zem getting caught in the Tesla ult. DRG's Dongqing is going to be able to finish up that elimination. ASE's missed. Ooh, looking for the potential tactical nuke. It looks like he is just going to back off. ASE with that very unique comp. I'm really excited to see how they play in the end game. It looks like they were seconds away from getting that kill on WX98. WZ's Cookie going to try and see if they're able to give chase. Armor swap is going to be found for him though, so it has come basically to a reset. We're now seeing the ultimates getting invested on to the side of DRG, and WZ's Luo Yi getting absolutely decimated here. WZ's Cookie almost dead, and people coming back into this fight. I believe there's a third party coming in as well. We're seeing the Syra play come out. Cookie able to survive for a good long while. I believe that's WZ's Syra actually saving Cookie, and Xiao Yu doing a phenomenal job at keeping the team alive. DRG's Kakashi, though, still hot in pursuit. We're getting into the second realm of Yang now. SS1 versus TE. Water able to get a grab, trying to see if he can get something else to happen, but no slam available. Water very low in HP, gonna try and get some high ground. Zuwan is gonna get grabbed. We are gonna see SS1 Water trying to go for one more grab before the DMX start to happen. These two ults are going to be going down. Here we see the monks coming out of their ultimates. Now, Zuwan trying to make something happen. Kylan ultimate burn. Huge parry coming through. Kurumi ultimate down on the ground to get them some extra healing. Big triple parry coming through. Zuwan using that F ability to block almost every single bit of damage that would have gone on to him. And now, Zuwan and Xuan are almost completely eliminated. Another huge parry coming down. It's still a 3v3 situation, but they're 1, 2, 3. TE showing up to play today. Game number 4. Sorry, they finally picked up their momentum. They're in the groove. That's their second Realm of Yang one.
Indeed, and there we are. You know, it's exactly what I was referring to earlier. Some teams, they just perform better on those Firefly maps. TE getting it into stride, going up to 7 eliminations in total so far, and they're well on their way to breaking those double digits and potentially taking MVP. With this Draco Storm under their belt, they could very easily push forwards in at this time during the game, at this transitionary phase between mid to late game. GG, though, heading over to the edge of the storm, has managed to spot out JL. One Fang now in a bit of danger. LXM on his own, his teammates not far behind, trying to chase down this Tamal. Oh my god, that Draco Storm right there. He pops his ult, drops it down, and gets on the other side of the wall and tries to grapple away. But the Draco Storm, the lightning proc, stops the grapple away, and he gets cut down and beaten up by the members of GG.
Deadliest zap in the game, the Draco Storm. Absolute insanity when it comes through to its full fruition. Helping you keep your opponents close to you so you are able to mess them up even more. Giving you some damage to put onto your opponents as well. 5-2-1. Believe they might be down a member here. Oh, no, they're not. They've got 2 in the bush. There could be a bounty on the third as we see SS. Oh my goodness, no way they don't check the bush. No way. Okay, here we go. We are going to see now 5-2-1 Ivan did get caught out. We're going to see all of the ultimates getting popped from SS1 at once. Juan, Water, both going into that ultimate, and it looks like they are just going to scatter, wait out the ultimates, and then back off. Xiao Wen just hanging out. Pampy drops in, hits him with a little fan slap, and then runs. Little drive-by attack. We're going to see trying to get the most value out of that ultimate as possible. It looks like he hasn't been able to do too much. Ends up getting frozen. Viper Stun going to come in. ASE's missed onto SS1. Oh my goodness, the Takeda from Pampy griefing ASE for a second there. It looks like ASE was able to pick up 2 eliminations though. Pampy is on the silence, trying to see if he can pick up the elimination on the Xiao Wen. doesn't look like it's going to happen. Pampy getting stunned by another Syra in the area. Ivan is going to end up just getting us reset here if they were able to pick up a couple of eliminations. And ASE, look at that play. They get the freeze off on the Justina. The ultimate comes in from the Viper. And then they have ASE's Han to clean up all the eliminations.
Absolutely massive from them. Unfortunately for SS1, they're not going to be making it out of this one alive. Water on his own. The parry comes through. He goes down, and 5-1, claiming their 8th elimination of the game. What a game for them. 8 in total, scaled to the max. Pampy with that legendary ultimate state is going to be doing a lot of damage with that golden fan. The double effect, the double down, the pullback from the Furin Blast, along with the pullback from the fan focus attacks is going to be a very dangerous Takeda to go up against. But on the other hand, the Alliance here, unfortunately, have not managed to really scale up anywhere near as much. Only 1 purple armor. Unfortunately, Cookie is going to be a vulnerable target for them to take down, though, as he is on his own. The blue armor Cookie trying to disengage. He popping that ultimate to try and get that F reset. It comes through, dashing through the air. The meteor, the focus attack coming through from the Zai, not going to be enough. And WZ just having an absolute mare of a day, just not able to find any momentum and just constantly being cut down. And hey, it happens. This sort of thing, it is what it is. Some days it's just not your day. We are all human, but we'll have to see in future if they're able to resolve their internal issues and fully recover in the upcoming bi-weeklies in the upcoming series. But for the moment, it's not been going so well for them. TE looking for the Spirit Well, going to be picking up that Mystic Might. And a lot of these teams just rotating around the map, preparing for this end zone, this end game with 22 people currently alive in this.
And like you said, there's some teams that do perform better on the Firefly days, and it seems like TE's come out to play for game number 4. They've got gold weapons on all of their players. They've got gold armor on at least 2 of them. They're getting that next Spirit Well to be able to catch that buff. And they have gold jades for the fans, 2 golden fans in the hands of their players. It is going to be a lethal combo because you're going to get hit with the gold jade that we saw coming out. TE's Peak throwing out the wild wind sprout. And now we've got the gold staff in hand, gold pole sword. The follow-ups are going to be absolutely insane. All 3 of them with gold armor. Mystic Might for the buff, so it doesn't look like they're going to get too aggressive, as opposed to if they would have had a Draco Storm or a White Tiger's Prowess. As 5-1 right now, doing a very good job at keeping the scale up for them. We're going to see they are going to run into ASE. And ASE, I want to see ASE go to the end game here. It looks like Alliance trying to get the elimination onto OUG, and they are going to take them out as TE trying to steal the kill from under them, but Alliance able to secure that without too many resources lost. They're going to back off here, reset, regroup, and reassess the situation. TE is, look at how stacked they are. Oh my goodness. This is going to be a scary comp to come against, especially with gold Monk, gold Kylan, and you've got gold armor on their healer. It's going to be very difficult to try and take this team down.
Oh, absolutely. With the Spirit Well coming up in the next minute or so, they're going to have the first move advantage, considering that they do have that Mystic Might. They know where all of these players are in the vicinity. They can plan out their path, and at the same time, they're going to have that little bit of damage reduction to be able to sort of run at these teams. Along with those triple gold armors, are going to be a force to be reckoned with going into these final moments of the game. We do now have that 80% Moonbane, as Raven likes to call it, dropping down onto the map, onto Holoroth. With the reason why it's called 80% is because it takes up 80% of the safe zone. It's just dropped down right bang in the middle, and it forces all of these teams to either scatter to the edges or risk standing within the Moonbane. and risk getting taken down, as we saw earlier in game number 1. I think most of all in game number 1, the sheer amount of Moonbane hits, Moonbane damage coming through, absolutely obliterating multiple teams. It's just devastating. So the danger of Moonbane is always there. Well, it doesn't look as though any of these players are looking to really contest the big purple snake in the sky. And it looks as though TE, considering they do have they're probably the most scaled team in the lobby at the moment, they're going to be moving first and going for this Spirit Well, as I mentioned before. They're going to be trying to get their hands on yet another Mystic Might. And perhaps that's why they're not really being all that contested, as Mystic Might, it is a good buff to have, but it's not the best out of all of them.
Uh-oh.
Oh, as I said
Dong Ching coming through with a huge Tessa stun. This could be very detrimental to them. It looks like Xiaonan was the only one affected by it, though. All these players right regrouped. Not too much of a problem for them. They're going to bring it back down. Capture that Spirit Well. Perfect use of the Monk. Nobody contesting that. Everybody up on the top. If it's not Draco Storm, half of these teams don't want it. It looks like TE's Youth, though, using that alt reset to try and gain some momentum. Seeing if they can pull up onto 5-2-1. Looks like he is going to try and keep his distance, though. Doesn't have very much time left on that ult. So could just end up hanging back. And that's what he's going to do here. He's got the gold longsword and pole sword. These guys have so many gold weapons. They could, you know, if they donated it all, they could build a school or something like that. I don't know. But the amount of gold in their inventories right now is absolutely bonkers. And GG sending some cannon shots down onto OA, ASE taking some shots as well. ASE, it looks like they're in a bad position right now. Oh my god, all of 521's enchanted. Nobody doing anything to capitalize onto that. 521 dodging a bullet there. Every single one of their members was enchanted by that Tessa, and none of their players died. Super lucky for that to happen there. I have a bad feeling about ASE. Right now, I don't know why.
Well, I mean, considering that two of them have blue armor and only Mist has managed to get his hands on some purple armor, I share that concern, because it's not looking as though they're going to be all that healthy moving forward into this end game. You know, if you get, you know, I mean, although it's not that big of a difference, you know, it still makes that bit of a difference, because if you get seen, if you get spotted out as having blue armor, you're immediately sort of recognized as a more vulnerable player. And speaking of vulnerable players, OA Tutik getting taken down by DRG here, and OA Meng getting taken down by GG. OA, unfortunately, just all of a sudden cut down, 2 players eliminated, and PP left on his own in the middle of it all, sitting in this purple bush, trying to stay as inconspicuous as possible on the Syra. He might be able to survive. Only time will tell, as it is going to be getting pretty chaotic very, very soon.
ASE was able to pick up a purple armor off of the body that they had just eliminated. They did the risky little armor swap and heal, as Kakashi going to take a pot while waiting for his team to try and advance into this circle. 2 minutes left in the game. The circle is getting extremely small. Still lots of levels to be played. We've got about 3 or 4 separate levels where these players are. And then you can include the sky as well. ASC's Han, I feel like somebody's going to parry that when he goes up next time. I don't know. It's looking kind of risky. LXM trying to make something happen. ASC Xiaowen down at the bottom. They're holding a really good spot here. They're able to catch out a player here, drop him into the storm, and it looks like OA's PP forced to ult super early here. We can see something happen, but it looks like Xiaowen doesn't have ult yet, and neither does their Viper. Xiaowen getting knocked into the zone, forced to heal, gets that armor swap though. He does have that extra blue armor they had lying around, so not a problem for them. They're still at their full strength. GG up at the top. TE as well, still very, very strong looking. DRG holding that other side of the bottom corner. Alliance getting sent into the zone here, trying to bring it back in. Oh my goodness, huge parry coming out from Pampy here, but no punish damage, able to dodge out of that. Not exactly sure how that happened, but his team did a good job protecting him. TE still incredibly stacked, hasn't been able to capitalize on it, but a huge wild wind sprout able to knock some of these players off. TE Shoutout is going to pop that ultimate. LXM trying to make something happen with the Monk ult too. ASE's Han getting grabbed. So many Tesla stuns coming out. All of these players trying to get these grabs. Wuchen ports coming through. ASE's missed with a huge ult, but it gets canceled by NY7. What a play by the Monk NY7 here. Everybody coming so close together. The Cyrus bouncing a double slam. Xiaonan getting a double kill, double slam. LXM getting a double kill, double slam. The Monks are going crazy. The Cyrus are going crazy. 330's alive. Ivan's alive. Everybody is starting to collapse. CJS trying to see if he can get a Kylan dash. He gets a couple of eliminations. Alliance gets killed. Alliance getting 3-4, TE getting kills. I have no idea who won. What just happened?
Oh,
ladies and gentlemen, I think TE took it, but wow.
You're absolutely right. TE does indeed take the MVP. I believe at the end though, ASE was the last man standing. I think they managed to get the placement points and multiplier, but unfortunately they just didn't have enough kills, didn't have enough eliminations to get themselves that MVP, and it's going to go over to TE. Massive from TE, and as we said, you know, they just weren't popping off early on. They weren't popping off in those first 3 games, and they had like what, 15 perhaps, maybe 13 points in the first 3 games, and this one they just come in, massive game, and they're gonna shoot up that scoreboard. As we said before, some teams just perform that little bit better on those Firefly maps. They have the plans, they have the strategy to truly take advantage of these Fireflies, and it shows. There we have it. Some teams prefer daytime, some teams, you know, they're night owls. They like the nighttime, they like those Fireflies. And it's good to see that TE isn't going to be going down quietly and coming out in game number 4 with a bang. I want to see the scoreboard though, because I have no clue what really happened in those final moments. We had so many people left alive. There were about 9 people still alive when the storm had fully closed in, and there was no safe zone left.
At 23 seconds, there was still 19 people left in the lobby, and I've got to bring this up because we see Mist going for the Viper ult, and we're like, oh my god, this is about to be the most insane ult ever. And what does NY7 do? Plucks him out of mid-air, and then gets frozen a split second later. The split second. If he would have frozen him before, we would have seen the crazy ASE win off of the Viper stun.
Yeah.
But we don't get it. The Justina doesn't freeze the Monk in time. A beautiful grab from NY7. You've got to give him his flowers for the grab. And it just cancels the ult and changes the game completely. 13 kills with the 2.5 ranking. No placement points, though. ASE is going to be the one to come away with the placement points at 9 kills and 10.8 points. Game score of 15.5 for TE, 14.8 for ASE, 13 for 521, 12.5 for Alliance, 11.5 for GG, 11 for DRG, 9 for OA, 4 for Bauda, 3 for SS1, 2.5 for WZ, OUG is getting 1.5, and wow. I just, like, some of these teams are starting to lose their momentum while the other TE has picked up the pace. It's looking really good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it could be chalked up to just like needing that slow start. You know, some teams take it a little bit longer to warm up, and some teams are able to just full pedal to the metal at the very start of the day and just get oogly, go crazy. But then sometimes they just run out of steam. It's an interesting dynamic, but here we are taking a look at the total standings. As I said, during that game when we did see WZ finally get eliminated, that they just weren't having the best of days, sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard currently. 521, still in that top 12, 42.5 off of these 4 games. Alliance already doing better than they did on their first day with 24 over the 22.5. OA popping off with 52 in total, definitely on their way to qualification. Now sitting at the top, we have SS1 at 30.5 so far, Bowder with 30.4, ASE with 33.3, DRG with 36.5, and GG with 37. All very close score lines. Actually, all very, very close. There is not very much in it at the moment as to who's going to take the cake for the highest points on day number 2. But let's take a look quickly at the highlights off the back of game number 4, sponsored by China Unicom, with TE having been the MVP of this lobby. We get to take a look at TE's youth perspective within this realm of Yang. I'm not sure if I remember who exactly it was that they were fighting here, but it was definitely a spicy one. The Kylan crashing through, chopping at the monk's feet, trying to make something happen, coming out of that ultimate there with the golden fan. Parry comes through, but the F denying it, massive from them. Able to deny this mistake, deny the advantage that had been created against them, and just cutting them down. The damage coming through, absolutely enormous.
And the parry and then the Kylan F cover is one of my favorite things to watch. It's like the synergy and the teamwork that you the Kylan F is so beautiful. Look at the POV from here. Like the way that we see it with all the name tags and everything, it's so crowded. You're actually able to get a decent view of how everyone is looking when you get to see the player POV in the highlights there. What a beautiful play from another Zhang Qili, Kylan, MVP, Youth, TE Youth, 13,658 damage. Let me guess, more than half going to his skills and ultimates at 7k, with 7 eliminations, 6,000 healing, 5 assists, Tempest Kick, Engraving, and Rampage as his attack jades. Rest of the stuff just blue soul jades, and wow, his name really fits him.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know. I'm always the one that looks really young when it comes to Naraka. Obviously younger, but damn.
Hey, he's zooming. He's got those young blood reflexes on that Kylan, just zooming through all of those players, crashing through the windshield with that Kylan ultimate. And hey, a well-deserved MVP, and lovely to see TE pick up the pace. As TE, you know, they've been a big name for a long time. The roster has changed every year, every other season, all that sort of stuff. But it's nice to see them come back and do well, at least today at the start of this bi-weekly. But here we are yet again. You know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. Answer 4 treasures. If you want to get your hands on this spring split random gift box, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. The question is, how many kills did team VN521 get in game number 4? Is it A, 10, B, 11, C, 12, or D13? Make sure to get your answer in the chat, and one lucky person in that chat will be chosen and will have their answer picked and whispered and added in the chat so that they can claim their prize. Don't be the guy who steps away and misses out. You don't want to be doing that. It's not worth it. It's free. Get it. But we're going to be going into our game number 5 soon off the back of this explosive end game in game number 4. Absolutely enormous. Are we going to see TE replicate it? Are we going to see the same number of Kylans? Who knows at this point? Syra still seems to be the priority pick in phase 1, and I'm not sure if that's going to really be changing anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, my prediction was going to be a lot more Zai. I feel like Zai is just getting countered hard by Syra and Kylan, whereas like before we saw Zai taking over fights, and when you're fighting against like a Temi and Takeda, Zai's still matching up pretty well against that, but fighting against these Kylan comps, Zai's having a little bit more trouble, I've been noticing.
Yeah, I mean, Zai was always kind of hindered by Kylan's existence, but it was always something that could be managed, depending on whether or not the Matari on the Zai's team was able to peel effectively or do a sufficient amount of disruption with those dashes going through. And because that's one of the only things that you can really do against Kylan. Now, Kylan, while he's jumping around holding that attack, he's invulnerable to light attacks. He can be hit by blues, but as long as the Kylan spaces correctly, it becomes very difficult to ever even come close to staggering him out of his jump, out of his slashing combos. So Matari, it's usually up to her to be able to really do anything about him. But once she does, if they manage to keep him juggled, the Zai can obliterate Kylan. And considering the Zai does that fire damage with the ultimate, with the V2, it does prevent Kylan from being able to really do anything, as he consumes his own health as a resource to be able to continue dashing through people, continue sending them out. And if he doesn't have any health because of the fire damage, it does really hinder his ability to dominate the fight. So it's a dynamic, it's a certain like strategies to deal with these specific compositions. And if they're not executed well, then it's not going to go their way.
Yeah, and exactly. Like you have to have the execution. You could be playing a terrible comp going into one of the best comps in the game, but a team with bad execution is not going to win that fight.
True.
It doesn't, like, at the end of the day, it is the players' skills that are making these comps work. It's not just the fact that, oh, this character goes with this hero. Like it's these players using their unique skills and like they're professionals in the game to create winning scenarios and tipping the scales in their favor by pairing heroes together that work well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good that you said pairing, because that is a very like ever-present factor, you know, in a variable when creating compositions. Like how earlier I referred to the idea of the pairing of Tianhai and Kurumi, and the pairing between Zipping and Kylan being very important, and whether or not you wanted to go for one or the other would dictate your focus as a team composition. And this is something that is considered when creating new compositions. You know, if you're ever looking to try and put one together with different characters, usually there's a pairing in that composition, and then there's the third extra that complements it in some way, shape, or form. So, for example, Viper and Wu Chen has become a very prevalent pairing that has just not changed for a very long time. You know, we've seen Viper Wu Chen alongside Tessa, alongside Justina, alongside Syra, alongside all sorts of different things, Matari. You know, this pairing concept within trio compositions is very, very important if you're ever thinking about what you can play with what characters.
Exactly. There's so many possibilities, but at the end of the day, there are only so many heroes in the game that do certain things. So finding the right pairing, it has to do not only with, you know, where the state of the game and like where we're at with like balance changes and everything, but it has to do with like whatever skill set you want to have matching with something to complement it. And then, you know, having the third person in also complement one or the other heroes, and you know, that all building off of each other to create something better, right? It's
exactly.
It's instruments playing in a band, and they're playing in
exactly.
perfect harmony
good
together, right? If you can't keep your drums and your guitar and your piano all playing together, all playing in the correct time, it's going to sound horrible and it's never going to work. But if you can have, you know, good drums with a beautiful sounding guitar and a perfectly melodic piano, it flows together and it just works. And that's I mean, I feel like there's no real better analogy than that.
Very philosophical indeed. We're drawing comparisons.
I put the blazer on and I felt wise.
Absolutely, yeah, that is absolutely right. It's a very good analogy. It's is something that I get asked a lot, you know, on stream. You know, I get asked, what are the best characters? What's the best character? And I always respond, do you mean in solos or do you mean in trios? And then I go on to say, if you mean trios, then unfortunately I can't really give you an answer, because trios is not about an individual character's prowess. You know, there have been times where certain characters can be played in a lot of different compositions because of how good and versatile they are. For example, Syra at the moment, she kind of fits into that category. But more often than not, it's not about a singular hero, and it's more about the combination and the synergy and relationship between two or three characters that truly make a team composition work and do well in the competitive environment. So it's not just about the one hero, it's about how they work together as a team. And the same can be said as well for the actual players within a team. The synergy, the communication, the trust between them has to be on point for them to succeed. It doesn't matter if they've practiced the strategies countless times, if they've got the best composition, they got the best loot. If they're not in sync, if they're not in the same page, everything can go wrong very, very quickly.
Yeah, and that's why we see these rosters getting shuffled around, is when a roster's not working too well with each other, they're like, okay, let's try and switch things up. Let's see how you play with this person. Let's see if you three split up and go to 3 different teams and you guys play, you go play with these 2 people, you go play with these 2 people. We'll see if it works better. And we're starting to see that certain players are playing way better together than they did playing with their original pairings, playing with their original trios. And like, just take 5-2-1 for example, right? Ivan, Pampy, and Yin, they're doing absolutely amazing. Ivan used to play on BBE. Pampy was 5-2-1 still, right? I believe. And they had a Kame as well. And now they've got Pampy, they've got Ivan, and the synergy's coming together. They're doing a very, very good job playing well together. The communication's been on point. Like you can see how well they're working together. And this is keep in mind, this is their first time playing on the competitive stage together out like in the NBPL for when there's actually something on the line. Obviously they've had their scrims, they've done all of that, but now it's when it's time to step up. You're on the stage, you're at the show. It is make or break time, even though it's the first day or it's the second day and it's still kind of setting the tone. This is when all of that practice leads up to actually showing what you've done. And you know, they've done a really good job with it so far. Taking a look at our first, second, and last round selections. For game number 5, we're going to see the hero selections, and it's going to be Alliance, GG, SS1, and OUG on the Syra comps. I bet DRG and ASE probably going to run some Syra as well. And then we're going to see the blind dates coming in closer to the end. Yeah, what do you think we're going to see? This is Fireflies. This is Predoria, right? And then we end on Morris.
You throw me for a loop. I can't remember. We saw it just now. I was thinking about what compositions we might be seeing and whether or not it'd be quadruple Syra again. And it looks as though it will be. I'm not exactly sure. The rotation is different from the solos one. I have to say I am more accustomed to the solos one as it has remained the same for a very long time now. But the trios one has been different. I'm not too sure, but we'll be finding out very, very soon. But in this second phase, look at what we have here, Seb. More Syra, but Syra with Justina and Tianhai. Have we seen this yet? I'm not sure if we have.
We've seen Sleepy T on the Monk.
Yeah, yeah.
He's been lethal with it. So they're trying to push him back onto the Monk. The best games that they've had, he's been playing Tianhai. So they're going to want to push that. They want the Syra, and I don't think they have enough points to play Kylan. So they're going for the Justina switch. So it could be cool. We could see it working. 5-2-1 also going to opt for the Syra pick. There's lots of people down to 0 hero points. WZ, JL, they've got 9, so they can burn all of them in the next round. They're giving themselves kind of a free pickings for this last game if you save all your points to the end, start playing really unique stuff the entire way through. You know, I wonder if you could speak on that a little bit. I don't understand necessarily the strategy behind saving or using up your hero points. What are they basing it off of?
Well, I mean, it depends on quite a few different things, you know, like utilizing or using certain compositions and certain strategies for specific maps is usually one of the biggest conditions. You know, you want to play your Kylin games on Perdoria, for example, but this Perdoria, you typically there's a very high percentage chance that the end game situations, those heal off situations, are going to happen in very sort of up and down and janky terrain situations, resulting in Kylin having an advantage as he's able to traverse this terrain very well and throw people for a loop and toss them out of the safe zone much more easily. You know, Holoroth has for a long time been, the very beginning originally was a very tumult heavy map. As it performed extremely well, since there's a lot of open spaces, you're able to use the tumult more in more situations to protect yourselves or to lock teams down in areas that they usually would be able to run away in. So it's an interesting thought that you want to have specific compositions and go for specific strategies on specific maps. And there we have it. The answer to the question is that it is indeed Morris Isle that we're going to be going over to, and Perdoria will be our 6th game of the day. But yeah, it's largely dependent on the map and whether or not it's fireflies, etc. And then it does usually come down to personal preference, or you can also say that you have analyzed these other teams, you know their tendencies, you know what they're likely to be picking up depending on the phase selection. So you know that GG is in phase 1, you know they're going to pick this, you know that these teams are going to pick that. You pick something specific, even if you have to use those extra hero points to be able to counter or to play to counter these team compositions that you know are going to get picked up by the other teams who are in the first 2 round selections. Let's say if you're in the 3rd. So it's definitely a very dynamic kind of decision because it's dependent on so many different variables. But at the end of the day, it's sometimes you just don't have a choice. Sometimes you have to spend. Sometimes you get lucky and you don't really have to spend as much. But speaking of luck, LXM not in the luckiest position here. Caught out in the open, up against the Justina ult and getting bonked to the ground.
Yeah, Bada Zem doing a beautiful job at picking up that first elimination for his team, getting those fireflies, using that Justina ultimate, canceling as well. They have still 30% rage on him, which is going to make it so he gets his ultimate back a lot faster. As we're taking a look at OA's 2-tick ultimate available, but they're going to want to scale a little bit more before popping it. You do gain an extra fear and slash for the stages when you go up. Revenge almost getting caught there, missing all the dashes, but the kill is still going to connect. Ivan with the pole sword putting in some huge damage numbers. NY7 is going to be the next target. They've got 1 dash left to make this happen. It looks like they are going to end up backing off though, jumping to the other side. JL's XX Luo going to be popping that ultimate as well. Everybody ulting onto the bridge. Parry's coming out of nowhere. XX Luo's frozen. Tampy's trying to make a play onto the Kylin. Kylin into the immortality. Yin getting sharked on. JL's 1 HP in a dream. Karumi ult coming back to help. I've been trying to secure the elimination. One Fang trying to hold almost with that ultimate in time, but XX10 very close to death, getting a little bit of heals from their ultimate. Cuckoo 2 trying to make something happen as well, knocking everybody into the air. Revenge picking up the kill onto XX10. One Fang trying to get the grab from the Monk ult here, is unable to grab Revenge, getting extremely low. The D-Monk's going to come, has a little bit of armor, but the Dazzle stun is going to come through, and they're picking themselves up another elimination. That's 2 kills on the board for Alliance, as 5-1 back up into the no ult zone, not wanting to contest this.
Indeed, you used your ults, you're going to go to safety. and perhaps they'll path over towards the towards Wreckage Plains or Shipwreck Expanse. I'm an OG. It used to be called something else at the very, very beginning. I still can't get it out of my head. But there we have it. They might be heading on over there to try and pick up some more Fireflies and keep the ball rolling. But who knows at this point? They might simply be going to try and just loot up a little bit more, as they were lacking a blue armor on one of their players. Kukutu now in a very difficult situation in a 1 versus 2 does manage to send out that use that biting fury to send out the empowered vertical focus attack, but it's not going to be enough at all. Alliance picking up yet another kill, going up to 3. Speaking of kills, we have Bowder on 1, Alliance on 3, of course, SS1 on 3, VN521 on 1, OUG on 2. 521 actually in a pretty decent spot. They haven't used their rebirth. They haven't died yet, but they've only managed to find 1 kill. And as I said, I think they are doing exactly what I was talking about before. They're heading on over to try and pick up these Fireflies. And as some of you may know, I am the Firefly, the connoisseur. I would do exactly the same. The great minds. Hey. Fireflies, if any of you don't know where these things are, there are actually resources out there that will allow you to find yourself a map with all of the Fireflies pinned. It's an extremely useful tool in a lot of different situations, especially with certain characters and in trios. It helps out a lot. If you don't know where they are, I highly recommend going and finding them out and just learning where a few of them are, so that you can potentially kite away and find yourself an ultimate when you most need it. You know, it's extremely impactful for sure. But let's take a look at this fight, Seb. But WZ, are they going to be able to salvage their day? Because so far it's not been going so well.
Louis is going to get hit with a Tessa Charm, taking a lot of damage. We're going to see the grab on the Xiaonan, but the TP is going to happen. He's losing a lot of HP here. He's going to get the D-ult. They are pretty scaled weapon-wise, but it looks like we're going to see the no-ult zone get popped, and they're going to just back out of here. They burned all of the ultimates. They still have TE's peak. They've got his ultimate ready just in case they need that Tessa Charm to pop in. Cookie, ultimate available. They have Xiaoyu with the Kurumi in the back end. If they can take this fight outside of the no-ult zone, this could slide in their favor, but Peak and the rest of TE doing a very good job at keeping them far away unless they're fighting inside that no ult zone. They're not going to force the fight unless it's inside that zone. So good job from TE to be able to, you know, have that discipline to not just run out and chase and get messed up by the Kylan ults. And it looks like ASE and OUG going out in the storm. We're gonna see
oh my goodness,
all of these players getting melted so fast. Baby U still has ultimate available. Xiaowen is gonna go down to the zone. Miss trying to make something happen. Baby U getting brought dangerously low. Kylan versus Kylan dashing at each other. We're gonna see them both go into this immortal. Missed outside of the ult first, and it looks like Miss might actually go down here. Baby U with 1 dash left. Misses the dash.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness indeed. That was spicy. Those of you who don't know, Kylan V2, you can actually grapple cancel the dash. There's actually some spicy combos you can do with this ultimate that, you know, at the end of the day, not many people know. But I think that's probably because you didn't really need to know, because this character in the past when he was played he's strong enough that you didn't even need to min-max this. But it is a min-max that if you do play Kylan, you might be worth trying out. And there's definitely a couple combos out there that you can essentially, what I'm trying to tell you is that there is a Kylan TOD. You just need to figure out how to do it. And it's not easy, but it is possible. Regardless though, that was definitely very nice indeed. You don't usually see the parry coming out while someone is in Kylan ult, as you can usually just dash right through. But it is a sight to behold when it does happen. Also, for those of you who are wondering what those yellow ears are on Cookie's head, this is a mainland China exclusive crossover from Meituan, a delivery app that was gave this little cosmetic with these yellow bunny ears. For any of you at home wondering what on earth is on his head, I just thought I'd let you know. It said, yeah, it thought it was some kind of visual bug. But,
honestly,
hey,
shout out to all the Meituan drivers out there.
True, Meituan, legendary.
Oh, yes. SS1 going to be on the offensive here. They're trying to take out the last couple of members of OA, and PP is going to go down. 12th team, first team completely eliminated from the game. OA not having a great game at number 5. They've still got one game left to make back up for the performance that they've had in this game. And SS1 not very scaled. They're still looking for armor for X1, and it looks like everybody else going to be going for these Realmy Yangs and the Spirit Wells. We're going to take things off. Everybody going through. GG actually ends up making it in here. GG versus DRG. This is going to be a fun one to watch. We've got the Zai comp mirrored. Zai, Matari, and Syra. Mirror comps, DRG and GG. These are two teams that haven't really changed too much ever since they've joined the league. WX98 used to be a J team, but that's about it here. As we're going to see Dongqing trying to make a play onto CJS. CJS jumping through for his second Meteor, able to bring that through. He has one Meteor left, ready to send it. Tries to get the pick onto WX98. Isn't going to happen here. CJS almost back to full HP, as well as WX98 gets the uppercut, brings it around, finishes the elimination there. The stun's gonna happen. Dongqing getting extremely low. Meteor gonna come out from him as they're gonna try and go for the target. Burn damage coming through onto CJS. Dongqing able to get tracked in the air, gets eliminated. 3v1. Kakaishi goes down to the engraving as we're gonna flip over to Sleepy T. Sleepy T trying to make something happen with the Monk ult, but it looks like this was not his game. We saw him go crazy in the past, but it looks like the Takeda NY7 doing absolute wonders to stop him here. It looks like he's going to go very, very low. They're trying to get him out so bad right now. NY7 able to get a huge uppercut into the one, able to take him away. 3v2 scenario. Scale rush into the uppercut. F1 invested from both Syras at once. We're going to see Revenge trying to make a play. Zem's going to go down. Revenge taking out Jing. Without a second thought, Bauda goes down, and Alliance starting to pick up the pace here. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Alliance, before Jacob, you know, in the previous years, Alliance was one of those teams that just could never really find their footing. They weren't sure of themselves. They were almost there so many times, but they would fall short on a very regular basis. But now Alliance, for a while now, has stepped up. They've been performing much better, and it's always great to see the development over time, the evolution of teams, just like progressively improving and learning and being able to keep up with these veteran teams, these OGs, and you know, actually contest them. It's definitely really great to see. And speaking of, another perfect example of that is 5T1, the SEA regions. You know, I mean, there is no better way of saying it. They used to get dominated. They just couldn't really find their footing. They weren't up to par with the remaining NBPL teams. But now it's a completely different story. They've spent a considerable amount of time training, learning, and improving, and now they are a force to be reckoned with. They're not gonna fall over without a fight. They are going to fight to the last and do a lot with it and do very, very well, as we've seen time and time again now. But now we're taking a look at the grab. Unfortunately, no kill was gotten from this, no elimination, but quite a lot of damage. They are in a very bad spot though. Triple white armor, Seb. That's not what you want to see at this point in the game.
No, you're late enough into the game where you at least need some blue armors on you. Triple gray weapons. And it looks like they just respawned into a whole firefight. And Dongqing, Kakashi actually picking up the elimination as the DRG comes in on the third party. Now they're going to try and take out GG here. 330 taking a lot of damage. Looks like he is going to go out, but Bauda Zem picking up the elimination. CJS is going to get eliminated by Dongqing. Bauda coming in for the fourth party was able to pick up a couple of eliminations. Looks like Zem just jumped in there solo, got the kill, and was able to get out. Rest of his team joining up with him now as Sleepy T and company coming through. They're able to get the double charge onto Kakashi, but the F invested is not going to allow them to secure the rest of this elimination. No ultimate left for Zem. We're going to see the ballista coming into play now. This is a dangerous zone. Is it Sleepy T going to pop that ultimate as fast as possible, wanting to avoid dying from the ballista? We're going to see him get to the bottom of this ballista tower, out of range of the shots from the top, trying to see if he can get something going on with the grab. Can't find anybody. Gets one. Oh my goodness, the hands on this man. Sleepy T says night night to Kakashi.
Night night indeed. Sleep well, sweet dreams, buddy. Into the ground he goes. And Sleepy T, he is absolutely gaming on the Tianhai today. Is he the new Tianhai GOAT? I feel like this team has also prioritized getting him on Tianhai every game. I feel like we've seen him play this character every single game. I'm sure there must have been one game that he hasn't played it yet, but
he played Wu Chen a couple of times. He's played Monk. This is his third game playing Monk.
So that actually, what that tells me is that his aim is just godlike, and it makes sense because Wu Chen has always typically been the priority player, the priority character to be given the range weapons and all of the range jades. So it actually makes a lot of sense that he's playing Wu Chen as well as Monk. But let's take a look at this replay from the realm of Yang at WZ and 5-1. Pampy absolutely cooking the ice, the freeze onto Xiao Yu, cutting him down, stabbing him through, and eliminating him in the realm of Yang. And 5-1 now ready to go yet again, ready to load up and get into this next realm of Yang. Are they going to be able to do it? Oh, little spooky? No, a little bit too spooky. They don't want to risk it. It's a good game. They don't want to risk getting griefed on their entry. Wise choice, I would say. But at the same time, it's they are going to be missing out on this realm of Yang, as we are now privileged to watch GG up against, I believe, I can't see, he's moving too quickly.
JL,
that was it. He's moving too fast. I can't read. I'm getting old.
Don't worry, my eyes are working. One Fang trying to see if he can make a grab. Automatically going for that Syra, taking the Syra out for as much time as possible, just holding, not even going for the slam, is what seems to be the strat for them. They don't want that Syra ult putting pressure on his teammates, so he's going to use the grabs to try and just hold that Syra out of the game for a certain amount of time. CJS has that ultimate available, launching these attacks, trying to get that burn off. Does not connect with the burn. We're going to see 330 taking a lot of damage from that. XX Luo going to have to be forced to retreat. CJS is going to get taken down. The Cav Blue coming in from XX. The F ability coming through. Cav Blue coming in. LXM taking a lot of damage, but XX Luo getting very, very dangerously low. We're seeing the Pole Sword Scale Rush chase coming through from LXM. The kiting out and trying to go for the heal here. LXM going for the focus slide into the Pole Sword, is able to get himself an elimination here. I believe it's a 2v2 scenario now. This could go either way. It's looking like JL has the upper hand right now. We are going to see a beautiful dash coming through. Huge follow-up. Almost gets the elimination. Cavalry Blue coming through. 2v1 situation now from the 3v2. Now turning it back around to a 2v1 and GG recovering that. What a beautiful recovery. JL have got to be upset about that.
That was beautiful. The Matari dash, while the Kylan was trying to grab onto the pillar, the empowered dash, knocking him down, and then like canceling the end frames into the Pole Sword LMB catch into RMB focus. Oh my goodness, that was oogly. That was spicy right there. I like that one. There's not one you see every day. Extremely difficult to time. Very, very nicely done by GG there. And as you said, JL is bound to be feeling it after that one. That is going to hurt in the morning. But hey, GG, pretty pleased with themselves. Draco Storm under their belt alongside Alliance. Alliance popping off this game as we talked about earlier. SS1, I believe, got themselves a Mystic Might from a Spirit Well. And SS1 unfortunately hasn't been performing overly too well. They're definitely playing consistently though. I think that they were in the top 6 today. I believe that this is their second day playing though. They may get pushed down, but certainly not a bad performance, but certainly not a massive one. You know, it's no WBG almost 80 points on day 1. But hey, slow and steady wins the race perhaps. JL, they're gonna be needing to win themselves some Soul Bloom soon. Oh my goodness, the juggle through the air, mate. It was a little scary for a second there, but the combo break comes through and the monk is online, Seb. Ready to load up and throw some hands.
Monk trying to throw some hands. It looks like One Fang jumped a little bit too far down, trying to see if he can get that Syra. Syra's not going to be able to get grabbed. One Fang taking a lot of damage. SS is going to be taking to the skies. OUG doing a very good job of dealing with One Fang right now. They've got him down to half HP. He's getting extremely low now. This is cause for panic. No grabs available. He's not able. He picks up the grab though. He does get the slam at the very end. He's forced a D-ult into the Karumi ultimate. He is able to get a little bit of health back. Baby U fighting against Cuckoo 2, trying to get carried down the mountain. Baby U bringing up that Cav Bloom, as we're going to see it come through. Cuckoo 2 now getting hit with the 1-2-3. But we are going to see that teleport come through from the Karumi F ability. One Fang going to get sliced up right here, brought back around. One Fang 1 HP and a dream. He is going to go down. SS picking up that elimination. Cuckoo 2 and XX Lu last targets there, and it's just one hit after another, one dodge, another. Oh my goodness, BU! What an incredible elimination! Oh, the Kylan parry, because the punish is just so cool. And wow,
2 in 1 game.
2 in 1 game. You know what's even more surprising than that? It took you 5 games to say Oogly.
No, I didn't. I just said it before game 1, bro.
Oh, I was like, damn, is that the first time he said oogly?
The first oogly of the day? Nah, we're oogling at the beginning.
He's been oogling since before time.
I was bored oogling. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but whatever. Regardless, we're heading over to the Realm of Yang. Alliance and OUG's replay. NY7 getting juggled down, losing all of that armor. Holding off on pulling the trigger on the ultimate, and I believe that this is seemingly the popular line here, right? The Syras go up first, and then once the Syra's ultimate is about to run out, once you've got about 5 seconds left on it, then the Takeda starts to look to pop that ultimate and pull the trigger and try and take advantage of any of the weaker targets, the sort of the lower HP enemy players that have had their HP taken down by said Syra ultimate. NY7 trying to chase them down, having used all of those Furin blasts with that purple state ultimate, but hey, it was just slow and steady. Fundamentals taking them down, nothing too crazy, but still a very good performance coming out from Alliance. NY7 with that golden ultimate now fully scaled to the max, very willing and very happy to contest themselves this Spirit Well, as it does indeed have Draco Storm attached to it. Alliance Umar getting a little bit of damage, getting kicked in the shins by that focus slide, but quickly jumping up into the air with that sand, the sand ball. I can't remember exactly what it's called. It's does anyone know what Tumult's F is actually called? It's something. Zephyr Wisp, that was it. I knew it. I knew I'd read it once. Zephyr Wisp going up into the air. NY7 jumping back in, trying to hold his ground, but it's not easy at all. Look at how many players have all of a sudden appeared, coming out of the woodwork. All the Syras, the beams, the bzzz, coming in, and GG looking very strong with double gold armor on this Zai Matari and Syra composition.
Look at the
with the Forbidden Idol pop. Oh my god, cutting right through it. This is spicy.
This is a crazy no ult zone Spirit Well combo landing, because like you take one wrong step, you get knocked back by the wrong Syra ult, you're losing the whole position for your entire team. Faria Mech gonna be jumping in there. SS1's Juan going to be taking to the skies, waiting for all of the chaos to die down for a little bit. We've got the Faria mech jumping in. Pampy running around with the Faria mech. Ivan looks like 521 have actually been able to hold on to this pretty well here. We see 521 does have his ultimate. Ivan does have that Syra ult just in case. GG's going to be bringing their way back into this game and trying to hold on to the Spirit Well. Looks like we have seen the sphere dropping, so the ranged attacks are going to start flying in from everywhere. Nobody's going to get this Spirit Well. Revenge making sure that GG is not going to be able to capture here, as 521 is going to end up just backing off. GG CJS scaling to the other side, needs to get a reset off before anything big can happen next. And SS1 actually able to pull it off. They do have the Draco Storm now. Didn't even notice that they captured, and they're aggressing so hard onto OUG now. Shinyu taking so much damage. We're going to see the ultimate come out from Juan. And there we go, 1 elimination more for the pile. 11 kills for SS1 and company so far.
Indeed, Juan jumping in, trying to get as much value as possible with this ultimate. The second ultimate down, having had it refreshed from the Spirit Well. Juan, he's just a lawnmower right now. Look at that rage regen as well. His ult is about to end and he's got 60% ready to go, and he's going to be quickly charging up his third. Oh no, wait a minute. Oh no.
Oh my goodness.
Green is bad. What are happening?
No way. No way.
Too greedy.
Oh my god,
Greed is bad. Oh no. SS1 with the Draco Storm, the fumble. They had it, and 2 of them go down to the Moonbane. Is this gonna be salvageable? There is no shot, right? That is a lot of purple on the screen right now. Juan, maybe? I think it'll let him res. Surely. Surely not, right?
He's gonna get triple striked again.
Oh my god, that is rough. That is rough indeed. SS1, their dream quickly turns to a nightmare, and they get cut down by the purple snake. Oh no.
It really is a Bane's Breath MVP day today.
It kind of is, isn't it? Yeah.
We get the JL team wipe, we get the SS1 basically team wipe, and now we're going to be seeing Alliance trying to go for the CJS dangerously low here. 330 trying to do a good job of healing for him, able to get a little bit of heals under his belt. We do have that ultimate active. Oh, I see it. I see it. TE's going to go for the tactical nuke. I'm so ready for this, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a while since we've had one of these. NY7 going to be popping that ultimate here. Seeing the Takeda come out. Yuma trying to dodge CJS and the Zai ultimate that's ensuing that. NY7 doing a great job of peeling, getting all of these other players off his back. They do have that merciless Havoc that's doing them such a huge favor right now, being able to control so much of the zone. We're going to see the Temi ultimate come up now. Tessa Charm going to come through, though. We're going to see the Viper drop. Viper is going to be coming through any second now. Where is TE? They need to drop down. I think they're waiting for the Temi to come down. There's one member of TE. Temi wall is down. Viper is going to start dropping. 11 players left, 3 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. We're going to see it in just a second. We know he's up there. Oh,
production, let's go.
Do it. Jump.
Do it.
Jump.
Just do it.
Oh,
do it, Jordan. He's waiting. The trigger discipline. They're waiting to the last moment. The Spirit Well.
More patient than me.
Oh, Spirit Well. You gotta do it now. You gotta send it. There it is. The drop down.
Oh my god.
Boom. Wait. Oh, only one? One?
Oh my goodness, they butchered it.
They butchered it, not like this.
He pressed ult and then jumped off right away, and now Youth is going to be paying for that. They are going to be able to get that TP out, and they almost had it. The Spirit Well just got captured. Xiaonan, so close to greatness. The observers knew what we wanted to see. We see him at the top. His Viper ult's ready. Youth ends up going down. Alliance picking up their 14th elimination in game number 5. They're doing a phenomenal job right now. GG has 3 members left, DRG with 1, SS1 with 1 member left, TE has 2 members left, and they just sold the victory of a lifetime. I'm so
unfortunate to say the least. But hey, Alliance, they are very happy with themselves coming away with that Draco. Double gold armor. Look at you, Ma. He's got a fat stack in his wallet. Shame he can't spend it. 100,000 Darktide coins. He's a little saver, that one. NY7 popping that ultimate, pulling the trigger, gonna send out these golden fan RMBs. Unfortunately, it is broken. It's out of durability. It still does damage, but it's just not gonna be as much as it could be. CJS getting juggled around, trying his best to stay away from this Takeda, but you're not going anywhere, Sonny Jim. We got Alliance Revenge with the beam, sending it out. The pulse, it is just too much to handle. SS1 Water still kicking. The Syra ultimate is ready to go. Might be able to clutch up some placement points here, but we'll have to wait and see. This is looking pretty dire for everyone except for Alliance.
You can see how the Draco Storm is affecting everyone as Kakashi's falling down to the ground. We see him get hit by a couple of Draco Storm lightning strikes, losing a lot of his shield, and it causes him to go out and get eliminated. 330 is going to be the next in line for this to happen. Revenge heading to the top, trying to go for a Dragon's Rush into Nejasmite there. We're not going to be able to see that connect through, though an aerial Nejasmite would have been absolutely insane. Yuma picking up the elimination. 5 players left remain. SS1 with 1 player remaining, and TE with 1 player remaining. We do have that Viper ultimate available. I want to see if he's able to get his redemption, but it looks like he might not have it. We're going to see F3 get released. Viper ultimate is going to be coming out now. This could be crazy here. Is going to be able to get all 3, but the Temi Wisp is going to come in and save. Beautiful peel. Textbook peel.
Oh!
Huge parry coming in though. Furen knocking by. Oh my goodness.
Water, where are you? Help him out, bro.
No way. No way. Watch Water outlive. Oh, Revenge has Syra. That's the only problem I see here. Water needs to pop Syra. Oh, Revenge is getting down to 1 HP. We're going to see the Syra ult get popped. Water backing up as far as possible, trying to take out everybody as fast as possible. And he gets the draw. Honestly, good for him.
Yeah, absolutely. That is quite sad for Alliance, I have to say. Feel like perhaps it would have been the better option to try and focus down the Syra going into those final moments, as it was gonna end up matching their Syra's ultimate. And hey, they had 20 kills. 20 kills. And they don't get the multiplier. The multiplier would have been massive for them. Yeah. But unfortunately, it was not to be. They don't get the multiplier. But hey, it's good for SS1. They salvaged what they could, having had a bit of a blunder, a misstep after getting that Draco Storm earlier on.
What did we learn? Don't go in the Bane.
Greed is bad. Bane scary. No, not good. Bane bad.
Fire hot. We have too much fun here at the NBPL, ladies and gentlemen. What a game 5.
The championship round.
It is nearing the end of our night. We've got 1 more game left to play. We're heading over to Pretoria for our final match. We almost saw the Viper ults of the century, and they keep getting denied by Alliance players. At first, it was NY7 with the Monk Grab, and then it was NY7 with the Temi Wisp, and you know, it is what it is. You know, I would love to see the tactical nuke come back. I'm nostalgic from the early seasons of only Morris Isle, so everybody would just hide in the trees as Viper and win games based off of that. But
back in my day,
I'm the youngest. Oh my goodness.
But actually, one thing I wanted to mention though, you touched on the fact that the Tumult Wisp came in clutch, and you're absolutely right. For those of you at home though, I feel like there are actually quite a few people out there who aren't aware of this, because it's not an interaction you always see. Tumult's F ability is extremely useful, as you're able to iframe through specific things. One of those things being Viper's V1 stun. And it's very handy in those situations. As long as you're not silenced, you can avoid it entirely if you time it correctly. But enough of that. Again, we are here for Answer for Treasures, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to get your hands on the Spring Split random gift box, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. The question is, how many teams chose Syra in game number 5? Was it A5, B7, C9, or D12? And make sure to get your answer in the chat. Have a chance at winning yourself this random gift box. And don't step away, as you will be added in the chat and whispered, so you can send them your UID and get your hands on those prizes. Also, quick tip, I don't think it was all 12 teams. I think that'd be a bit crazy. 12 Syras in the lobby. It was reminiscence of back in the day when we had 16 Tianhais in the lobby.
I think the worst one that was when we still had, you had to unlock the Morris blessings.
Oh yes, the box.
And
counts.
we had the 16 Yodos all hitting F3 on the same box, and there was all of these F3s just hanging out around. Everyone was just bouncing off of them and falling. Nobody was getting a kill, and then someone would come in with a great sword and just bye.
Exactly. But here we are, the scoreboard. Alliance 20 eliminations, the 20 bomb. Unfortunately, not able to get that little bit extra from the kill multiplier from getting first place, as it was a draw in the end with SS1. So still very strong, still a very strong game number 5. But unfortunately, it's that little bit extra. It would have been a little bit more, a little bit nicer. But oh well, they still secured that MVP for themselves, and good for SS1 for coming back, having made that mistake earlier on in the Moonbane. But taking a look at the stats, all 3 of them above 20,000, 27,000 in fact, for Revenge on the Syra. Massive damage coming out from the beam, and here we are taking a look at the total standings, Seb. WZ's having a rough one. They're having a rough day.
I mean, you know, with a team like WZ, like, we have to have winners and losers, right? It is a competitive game. There are going to be people on the top of the leaderboard and people on the bottom. That's just how it works, right? And you know, unfortunately, WZ has fallen to that bottom spot on the leaderboard. They have another day to make it back. Maybe the teams that are playing today, they're not necessarily as comfortable playing against. Maybe when they're playing against the likes of the other teams that played in day 1 that didn't play today, they'll have a better chance. There's often that, you know, the pairings, the different pairings of group A, B, and C, oftentimes that can change the dynamic, which can allow for some players to excel when there aren't certain teams in the lobby. Like, for example, in solos, when you don't have Mike and Spider in your lobby, you know, it gives other players who at the time when Mike and Spider were completely dominating weren't able to do anything because Spider and Mike were claiming all the kills. They were able to then come in and show their true talent. And taking a look here at our replays, brought to you in part by China Unicom. Take it away.
Yes, Alliance, the beginning of this absolute monster of a game. That's only 1 kill on Revenge right there. And if you remember us saying it just a few moments ago, they ended with 20 eliminations in total, going up to 2 off the back of that clip. But here we are taking a look at GG in the realm of Yang. CJS, like this right here, take notes, guys. This is something that you want to be doing all the time. If you're playing trios, if you're playing with your teammates, not just if you're playing Zai, but playing like any character really. You can see how CJS, he's not looking at the person he's hitting. You know, we have melee aim assist in this game. Your attacks are gonna hit your opponent as long as you're not pressing W and with your camera turned. They're gonna hit the guy. So once you've secured that confirmed hit, you can spin your camera around, take a quick look around, and see if there's someone coming up behind you, if your teammate's getting comboed. Things like this really make the difference when it comes to trios and team play. It's gonna help you out if you're trying to progress in trios and you're trying to improve. That will certainly be a very helpful thing to do for you and your team. But then at the end there, we just saw GG again in the realm of Yang, and then we saw the last few moments. We saw that the thing that we will not speak of, the Moonbane for SS1. Let's not talk about it anymore. And the final moments with the Syra Ultimates, the draw coming through. And now Yuma is going to be the MVP for Team Alliance. Absolutely cooking 20,444 damage. Most of it coming from Dagger, a little bit from Hangsword and Fan. Cooking up with the Assault Smolder, Dreadful Whale, Scattershot, Focus Light, Juggernaut, and Fire Arrows and Target Lock. Absolutely popping off. I don't believe we didn't really see much damage coming out from the bow, considering the Jades that he has. But when you have Target Lock, and that's not really the damage you're looking for. It's for that Target Lock effect that stops the person you hit from being able to dodge for a certain amount of time.
It can be very useful, especially if you're playing in a comp with a monk, and it can help you get grabs. Like there's so many applications to it. When you get hit with Target Lock, you're just, oh my goodness, you're
just not having a good time.
It is definitely not a great time when you get hit with
what it used to be like though, Seb. Remember what it used to last 6 seconds or something absurd? I remember those days.
Yeah, it's the same feeling as hitting a trap in Imperial Village. It's like, oh, I can't grapple forever, and it felt so long. And you just losing one of the main mechanics of the game. That's like, this is how you play the game. Taking that mechanic out and being like, okay, everybody else has it, but you don't for a certain amount of time. It's like, okay, well, what am I supposed to do? Right? It is definitely something frustrating. So when these players are able to connect with it, they are able to facilitate a lot of damage.
No, yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right. But for the moment, that's after our game 5. We're going to be going into our game 6. But for the moment, we're going to be going to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon. I'll see you then.